we're live, can you turn on the mic and just chat? You can introduce yourself actually, and I'll just give you the thumbs up if it's all good. Right, cheers.
It was up to 44 degrees before.
Drag Racing Central and Sporting Scribe. Today we'll be coming live for you from beautiful Sunset Strip in Mildura. And qualifying will get underway very, very soon. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Sunset Strip for the summit round of the Twilight Nationals here at Sunset Strip in Mildura. Big Burson's Autos Group, Fulton Hogan, and Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. Lane 1 is sponsored by Burson's, Lane 2 is sponsored by Fulton Hogan. Our finish line is sponsored by BNSS Work and MTM Transport Management. Our sponsors for that we need to mention all the time who do a fantastic job. A Cleaner Way, Duck Makers, Audi Sound, Arana Motor Inn, Plumbing Plus Mildura, Sunny TAFE Mildura, Just Red Gum, Monty Electricon, CPM, Steve Power, Charlie's Engineering, Nick Burke Plumbing, Number One Solar, and Max Cranes. Must remind you that alcohol is not to be drunk in the pits at all during racing. When the meeting is completed and the bar is open, you may go there. But if you're having a beer in the bar, please do not leave that area. The track looks absolutely fantastic. We've got a nice shiny track. Our satin lines will start on that. The more runs we get down the track, the better it is. Big hello to Claire in Swan Hill and all our people from around the world over there. Anne Mandel Jorgensen in Denmark. The Kennedy family, all the Kennedys over there in Cleveland, Ohio. The Costick family, Mary Ann and Roddy Matcham at Dragway 42. Great to hear. Stevie Easton over there in the Eastern States. Nicky Zack up there in Queensland. And all our friends from worldwide and around Australia who are watching us from everywhere on their phones, on their computers and on their laptops. So welcome again to Sporting Scribe and Drag Racing Central. It's a beautiful day here in Mildura after a ripper meeting last weekend with the top fuel cars here, and there was some absolutely stunning sportsman racing too, and we're looking forward to some even better sportsman racing this weekend in the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. Last weekend we had finals won and lost by thousandths of a second and reaction time, so that's what we like to see. Good reaction times and very, very close racing. So congratulations to all those who were here last weekend, and welcome back to the Sunset Strip for all those who are there this weekend. Just looking at our cars coming into the Super Street, will come in first. We've got George Varales. He'll come out in lane 1. The Burson's Auto Parts lane 1, and Rocky Caminiti will come out in the Fulton Hogan lane in lane 2. The Mildura Gateway Tavern, we must thank them for their ongoing sponsorship too. They've done a fantastic job, and don't forget they have the coldest beer in the Southern Hemisphere. Monty Electrical, you'll see Vince Monty and his crew racing in their Supercharged HD Holden a little bit later tonight. Duck Makers, once again, who have been sponsors out here. Duckmakers Sheet Metal have been sponsors here for as long as I can remember, up to about 22 years, maybe a little bit longer than that. So once they're on a good thing, they've stuck to it. And a big thanks to Rob and Kerry from Audi Sound here, who always do a magnificent job. And Paul Hornsby down there on the start line. Paul is going to be our starter for a couple of times today. And Craig Plummer. They will share the duties. Paul Bush and all the crew. And our top-end crew, big thanks to the Ambos and the Fireys, and we sincerely hope the Ambos and Fireys have nothing to do today. Just looking through our field, we've got a good field of cars again, ladies and gentlemen, and bikes. We've got a couple of boys from Western Australia. Gordon Crawford has come back, old GT himself, and he'll be coming back and racing in Group 2 motorcycles. The Karanovich family is here. They were here last weekend racing. Young Nicholas came runner-up in the Kent's Group Memorial last week, and also the gentleman who won it, Dom Lanciana, took it out. Dom's racing today too. So there's going to be some good competition, some fairly good competition again today. So sit back, relax, watch it. If you do have any problems, please get your problems addressed quickly so that you can continue racing throughout the evening. As Kingsley and Brett Stevens said, if you have a problem, please go and address the problem to them. If you have any other problems anywhere else, please go and see Kingsley or Brett, and let's get your problems solved as quick as possible so that you can continue racing. Just a quick message there from Daintree D Field. Hi D, thank you for dropping in on Sporting Scribe. We are going really, really well at the moment too, and I hope you and your family are doing fantastic down there too. Just looking at our staging lanes are starting to fill up now. Going into a good evening's racing. It's been quite warm through the afternoon. The air is starting to cool down now, so we'll be going into a lovely evening. First pairing away, Rocky Caminiti on a 381 and an 056 for George Reelis, and the Commodore going through on a 725 at 93 miles an hour for George in lane 1, and Rocky. Sorry, but nothing came up. Rocky Caminiti went through on 98 miles an hour and a 725 at 93 mile an hour for George Reelis. Next pairing is Michael Jennings and Tony Antonio. Tony out there in the white S series in lane 2. And Mike Jennings out there in the Exterminator. The Pacemakers race team, drag racing team in the FJ Holt, running a 6-cylinder. Supercharged and it lifts the wheels up. Good reaction there for Jennings at a 113 and a 294 for Tony Antonino. Now Tony goes through on a 7.189 at 94 and a good win there for Mike on a 6.996 at 95 miles an hour. Next pairing is Nicholas Koranovic and Kylie O'Connell. Kylie out there in lane 2 in Muttley. And Nick Koranovic out there in the Plymouth Barracuda running a 360 cubic inch V8. And it's a little 250 cross in Muttley, the little HB Tirana in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane. Both cars coming up in the full stage now for Kylie. Just coming up into stage is Nick, just slowly rolling in. Both cars full stage. Tree has started. Away they go. Reactions are 56, 056 for Nicholas. Kylie O'Connell a 136 and they cross over at the other end there. 7. Kylie O'Connell 760 at a 90 mile an hour there for Nick Koranovic. Julian Semler coming up the red Commodore at the moment and Deb O'Connell coming out in the Sonic Blue Falcon. So this is Ford versus Holden here. The old guys of racing. Julian gets away. Looks like Deb stopped on the start line. She gets Julian in the Commodore. Next pairing, Henry Spisak coming up in the black utility, and he's running up against Craig Ferguson. So we've got two Holden utilities running here. Henry been around racing for a long time too. His race number is 599, comparing with Craig's is on 4496. Sun's starting to drop a little bit behind the clouds now, so there's some nice cool air will come in to feed these engines and keep them running cool. Both cars out there goes the tree. They're away. One for Craig in the silver at 86 miles an hour for Craig Ferguson. Paul Jennings coming up now in the Chevrolet Nova wagon. And he's running up against Tex Griffith. Tex running in the big Plymouth. So this has been an interesting one. Tex drove this car down, changed the wheels when he got it, put the drag slicks on. Nice big bags on the back of the big Plymouth there. And good looking, nice and neat little Chevrolet Nova there of Paul Fatty Jennings in lane 1, the the Burson's Auto Parts lane. Tex got to 1-0, 52 to 120 up against Dom Lanciano, our winner from the Ken's Group last weekend. Dutch out there in one of the two satin black utes this weekend, Holden 1-tonners. You'll see the other one come out a little bit later with Mark Busher behind the wheel, but two good looking cars. A couple of Holden classics out there at the moment, the VS of Dom Lanciana and Greg Dutchy Holland out there all the way from South Coast Raceway in the Holden 1-tonner. Oh, unfortunately for Dom, a red light there, but gets away well. There's Dutch. No flight still. It is only qualifying for Dom Lanciana in the VS. In lane 2, we've got Alira Carden. Welcome back to Mildura for the Carden family. Great to see Alira, Shantai and Robbie back out on the drag strip. Leader, and the leader in the current standing is Brody Zapier from the Wild West, and he is over there this weekend. So it's great to see the Zapier family coming back from the Wild West to race once again here in sunny Sunraysia. Fantastic, the little wing out the back of Alira's car there, and the old school flames on Coop's car over there, the Flaming Aussie. The cars, their presentation is just looking fantastic. These they're 100 inches between axles. As we were talking about last weekend with the fuel cars here, the fuel cars are 300 inches. These are 100 inches, so they're a third scale and pretty much a golden copy of what the senior car, the Alira gets away nicely on an 014, a 197 for Cooper Plummer. Alira goes through on an 8142 at 77 mile an hour and 8920 at 75 miles an hour for Cooper. Great to see so many cars have turned up again, and drivers who have and riders who have turned up for this weekend. We've got a couple of bikes out of the Wild West, and I'll introduce them when they come onto the track. Todd Wagner, Mr. T, took out the final last week at the Top Fuel racing here in the sportsman class, and Sophia Kuckel, one of the trio of kids from the Kuckel family, beautiful young children. Little Miss Attitude, her dragster is called, and Todd Wagner, you'll see on the side of his, Mr. T. And you'll see his mum out here a little bit later this evening too. Jodie has stepped into a slingshot dragster that was bought for her late last year, and she did her familiarisation and her test and licence in it last weekend. Passed her flying colours, which was great to see. And you'll see her out racing a little bit later this evening. Lauren Cookle, mum, bringing out Little Miss Attitude in the little dragster. Another car for fantastic looking wrap on it. Look at the colours on that, the blue, the sparkling silver and the purple. And Mr. T in the jet black frame, jet black cowling with the sponsorship all over the car. We must thank all our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. It's been terrific. Without sponsors, we don't run, and neither do some of the cars and bikes without their sponsors. We really need sponsors for everything. So if you feel you would like to put some sponsorship on some of these cars, by all means. mile an hour, and a 12.39 for Todd Wagner, and he runs through at 52 mile an hour too. So 3.69 for Sophia. Next pairing is Mason Cookle, one of the other Cookle kids, and he'll come out into the Burson's Auto Parts lane 1 and into Fulton Hogan's lane 2. We have young Shantaya Cardam. Now, in her first season of drag racing, big sister Alira went down a couple of minutes ago, and look at the wrap over on the car in lane 2. Lane 1, pardon me, Mason Cookle's car. What a fantastic, the beautiful candy apple burgundy red, you would say. With the ribbons and lines, and it's got the Ed Roth animal coming out of the side. Must thank to Mark Humphrey from Sporting Scribe and Drag Racing Central. If you're looking for live streaming tonight, it's Drag Racing Central on Facebook and sporting.scribe on YouTube. So we are live streaming right now, so get your friends from right around the world. Our friends over in Cleveland, the Kennedy, the Matchams, the Costick families and the Johnsons over there. Ron Cananti, Steve Easton, all our friends out there, Brian Green, all the people over there. Camp Stanley, hope you're going well over there at the moment. Camp, you and Johnny, and anyone else racing in America. Nicky Zack up in Queensland, Danny Rickard and the boys who were here last weekend who rode beautifully on their top bikes too. I see Robbie Cassar down here today. Robbie acting as an official this weekend. Rode his bike in top bike last week and was runner-up to the great Gren Matheson. So some fantastic racing last weekend. We've got Mason Cookle out there in lane 1. Look at that fantastic graphic on the side of the car there. And down here in Cardam Racing, the little Speed Pro car there of Shantaya in her first year of drag racing. She does a 463 reaction where it's an 095 for 5 at 48, and Shantaya goes through on a 16.2 at drag racing so early. Etc. And it's a safe form, a very, very safe form of motorsport. Great form of motorsport too. Always continually growing. Nathaniel Cookle coming up next. Nathaniel out in lane 1. And in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane, we've got all the way from the Wild Wild West, Brady Zapier. And hello to all the Zapier family over there, the Board family, Ray Treasure, and all the crew over there, Mike Spryland and the Nailers over there in the Wild Wild West. Just waiting for the next pairing. Here we go. Look at the presentation on these two cars. Mum's Nightmare out in lane 1. Richard and Leah Zapley are out there with their lad Zaps Brat. And look at this flash-looking little dragster with Brody Zapier in there. The fantastic wing on the back. The beautiful satin black on black with the blue stripes. and the canopy over the top of the cage there. Just a really fantastic looking little car there. Both cars, the old flame graphics on the front of the little mum's nightmare over there, looks fantastic. And the angle of the pipe at the back of the car there, everything's got its own characteristics. But I really do love the new wrap on Brody Zappia's car. It looks fantastic down there. The black on black with the, what do you call it, steel blue stripe through it. Looks fantastic, erasure blue. Brody gets away on an 0.23, a 2.41 for Nathaniel, and they cross the line an 8.02 for at 82 miles an hour for Brody Zappia. 82 mile an hour, not too bad for a kid. 91.19 at 70 mile an hour, not bad for a kid too. 70 mile an hour in a junior dragster. Next pairing, Sarah Osborne and Lanciana. Aiden raced last weekend, and Sarah, a popular racer here in Mildura, and a very, very fast lady too. Took the trophy away from Portland at the last meeting down there. So congratulations to Sarah Osborne.
Hey, Al. I don't know if we're going to get a crowd. But if anybody's interested in being an official, at Swan Hill track or here or there, you need to start finding some officials. So get them to talk to me or come and see you or whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robbie Cassage just leaving the tower. You'll see Robbie as he's walking down the steps in the next couple of minutes. Just brought up a very important point to us too. All clubs always looking for officials and people to work on the track, around the track, become some kind of a track official or even a runner-up in the tower or something. If you would like, I know we don't have a big crowd here, but just to the people I'm talking to, if at any time you would like to join the club or become a member, it's not only to the club here in Mildura, you're invited to travel to every other club to officiate down there and be some kind of help. 90% of the time you'll be working right on the drag racing or in the tower or something. Occasionally you might have to work on a back gate or something like that, but it's all for the good of the clubs. So if you are interested, please come and see me in the tower or catch up with Rob. You'll see him in a minute. He'll be one of the gentlemen walking around for drag racing and a drag racing t-shirt on. Officials, we need them all the time. Volunteers, we always need them. It just makes for a better track. And if you saw what we did here last weekend, you'll know how many people we need to run a track, especially for big meetings like that. We are running a big meeting now too. We've got the round 2 at the Twilight Nationals of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. So please, if you wish to become an official, wish to be put your hand in and help with drag racing, by all means come and see us at any time. You are very, very welcome to come at any time and become a part of one of the greatest sports on the face of the earth, drag racing. Next pairing, Sarah Osborne out in lane 1. Look at that satin black finish. Looks like a carbon, looks like a Kevlar car over there. She's got the flash wing, the little intendard in front of the wheels, and the canopy over the roll cage too. Looks terrific. Nice launch too. She does a 1.16 and a great launch there for Aiden Lanciana on an 0.69. Just looking at a 1.6 on a 60-footer, 2.09 for Aiden. Aiden goes through on a 9.20 at 71, and Sarah goes through on an 8.06 at 80.56 mile an hour. So great pass for the kids.
You need to teach another commentator and start training them. Put it out.
Also, I've just been told too, and I should look at this, and I have been advertising it over 10 years, we need commentators too. I will be too old to do it one day. People will argue about that. But anyone who would like to learn the art of commentary or be a natural at it or something like that, please come up and have a go. It's a fantastic job. You get the best seat in the house. And that not just goes for here. I worked with a gentleman last week by the name of Matt Kavanagh, and what a ripper of a guy he was. We had a fantastic time, and the amount of compliments that have been passed on to me this week alone about our commentary with Matt last week. We had a lot of fun. And we sincerely hope the people watching, they had a lot of fun too. Right, going into bikes now. Here we got our current Australian number one on the Penrite motorcycle out there. Sponsored by Penrite Oils is our friend the Phantom, Shane Walker, the Goes To Walks. And his lovely wife, Mon, out there, just bringing out there, just checking how sticky the track is and getting him into the right line. And in lane 2, Greg Birdie. Greg with the green eyes on the 750 Suzuki. He's been pushing this bike around for a long time. And quite successful too, obviously. The Penrite bike over there of Shane Walker, a beautiful Harley Davidson in lane 1. Now Shane is the current Australian number one. He is defending his title through the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series now. Here we go, we'll get him up here. 004 for Shane Walker on the Penrite bike. 004 reaction, 173 for Gregor Birdie. Shane goes through on a 6.161 at 111 and a 7.39 at 92 mile an hour for Gregor Birdie. So great run there for our current Australian number one, Shane Walker on his bike, thankfully sponsored by Penrite Oils. Darren McGregor over here. Now Darren worked in a very, very different role here last weekend. This weekend he's riding a bike. Last weekend he was fixing Top Fuel. He was working on one of the Santos teams last week as in one of the Top Fuel teams that were here racing. And now he's back to doing something he loves doing that, but he's back doing this too. He's riding the bike, which he loves as well. 032 on the reaction, 160 on his 60-footer. And flies through nicely on a 670 at 102 miles an hour. I can see just a few cars rolling up now under the tower there. I just saw one of our legends of our sport too in Graham Cooper and the bricklayer. Bricky's been around a long time. We're going into super gas now, ladies and gentlemen, with the index will be 6.3. Now you'll see these cars, they'll take off, they have throttle stops on them, and what they actually do is they gauge a very quick car like Colin Griffin's car, the current Australian number one. They launched beautifully, unfortunately for Cole, he red lights, both cars red light there. 6:31. 6:30, 91, both cars cross the line, are identical. Now what happens is they've got to get through on a 6:30 or better. They go under, they break their index, they disqualify themselves. If they go through on a 6:30 or better, the idea is to get as close as they can to their 6:30 index. As you'll see, they leave the line. Now some cars, because of the power to weight ratio, etc., and the way that they've set their cars up, they may not even hesitate. They might just go flat out and try and get to 6:30 or better. In some of the other cars, as you'll see in the Graham Spencer and Colin Griffin car, you'll see them launch, the car seems to die, that's for the throttle stop coming in. It's you set it, say it's to come in at 1.1 second or something like that, and then release the car for full power, which they will change gears, so when the big rev comes up and everything like that, they're not just going to wheel spin or jump up on its wheels or slew it sideways or anything like that. It will give them a burst off towards the other end of the track. Here we go, watch what I'm talking about here. Throttle stop. No, both cars there have set their cars so it is full blast all the way through. And when we look at this, Jason Wilson, an 059 reaction, a 6:36, good pass for Jason. A 6:30 index, a 119 reaction for Robbie Bergman. He goes through on a 6:38, 106 mile an hour. So both cars have set their throttle stop, set everything they've wanted to do properly. Warren Bull in the big Chevrolet Camaro now, still running in super gas. He'll be on 6:30 index. Warren unfortunately disqualifies himself by rolling through and breaking a beam even before he gets a chance to run. So no time recorded at all then. Big thanks to Trevor down in the canteens down there too for doing the iced coffees, etc. Mate, they are spectacular. Thank you very much. Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the Super Sedan. Here we have one of my favourite cars, the Mulberry Midnight. Beautiful Chevrolet Camaro in lane 1 of Lance Larkham. And Chris Lulius out in lane 2. Chris and Lance very successful. Lance runner-up last weekend in the Super Sedans. Here, fast sedans, and nice wheels up there for Larkham. Jets away, goes right down the track here at 0.54 to an 0.47 for Lulius. Larkham goes through on a 560 at 122 mile an hour and a 640 at 105 for Chris Lulius. Next pairing is Benny Phillips there. Benny won last weekend in the top sporties, the Super Sedans in the beautiful green green station wagon. Now, come on, get it right. And in the black Tirana over there in lane 1, all the way from Wyaller is the lovely Robin Phillips, and she gets away nicely. An 0.33 for Robin and 0.42 for Benny in the station wagon. A 6.640 for Benny Phillips at 102 and a 6.45 at 105 for Robin Phillips. Robin running a 6.2 Chevrolet Supercharged V8 under that bonnet. And a small block Chevrolet for Benny Phillips in the Holden HK station wagon. Next pairing, Smoke and Joe down there. There's a Jojo Zepp Caboni in the PGR Engines car in the Taboo Chevrolet Camaro in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane. We've got the Reed-sponsored Edelbrock car of Gary Vogelsang in the Camaro. Wheels up for Vogelsang on an 0.25 reaction in the Camaro. He scoots away with that on a 6.025 at 112. Great pass there for Gary. And he runs through at a 75.06 at 95 mile an hour for Joe Caboni. Joe, a 101 on a reaction. Coming up next, two hard charges. Been around for a long, long time too. Great blokes too. Des Jeffrey will come out in the utility in the Fulton Hogan lane too. Look at that burgundy colour. Burgundy paint job. It's shining like a new pin. Fantastic car. Look at the size of the big MC Race Masters on the back there. And we've got the Super Chevrolet of Ned Karanovich out of Adelaide. Ned running a big block. Look at the size of the carbies on top of this car too. Big, heavy, full-bodied Chevrolet. And I have seen this car lift the wheels up. He's got it nicely set up. Had a great meeting last weekend here at Sunset Strip during the Top Fuel meeting. But Ned Karanovich out there in the blue 57 Chevrolet. A couple of cars with bare skins. Look at this. So any sponsors looking to stick their names on a couple of beautiful machines, a couple of classics. There they go. Des Jeffrey gets the wheels up on an 084. An 018 for Neddy. Ned goes through on a 631 at 110 mile an hour and a 568 at 120 mile an hour for Des Jeffrey. Great pass, both drivers. Chris Ferrugia coming up next, and Robbie Evans coming out. Rob got the yellow Valiant hardtop, and Chris in this immaculate little Holden Tirana hatch. Rob Evans' car looks immaculate. This big Chrysler has chopped the roof down a little bit, just to make it look even more tougher. Fantastic car. Covered the headlights a little bit with a black gauze or something. Just everything on the car. It's got the Mopar wrap on the bonnet there. Here we go. Up goes Ferrugia. He gets a little bit out of sorts and backs it out wisely. Gets the wheels right up in the air. Brings it up near the wall. But Robbie Evans goes through on a 138 reaction at 593 at 99 mile an hour. Chris a little bit too quick off the line and crossed the line in 10 seconds as he just drives it through. So well done to Chris. Martin Mirko coming up now, number one in the Chevrolet Camaro, our current super sedan champion in this immaculate car. And speaking of immaculate, have a look at this little yellow Tirana over in lane 2. What a gorgeous looking car. So we've got an Australian classic out there in the yellow Tirana and the black Camaro in lane 1. So Chris Ferrugia just exiting the track at the other end. Currently number one too, Martin Mirko in the immaculate black Camaro, the Lost Racing Products car of Martin Mirko. Both cars coming up now, just looking at full stage there for Martin. Pre-stage there for our little yellow Tirana. He's just rolling up slowly. He's in full stage. This will be a good one. Wheels up for Mirko as per usual. Oh, a lot of wheel spin there for the Tirana. But Mirko skates off down the track there beautifully. An 067 on the reaction. 580 and 119. And an 833 and 101 for the little Tirana in lane 1. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second of the satin black one-tonners here, driven by Mark Busher. Bushy claims he had a little bit of a fun last week with his car, just skipping around on the track. He's back this week to play the game again, and he's up against Graham Cooper, the legend in the bricklayer. Just a quick burnout there from Coop and the bricklayer. Sponsored by Frawley Signs, and Mark Busher sponsored by Mark Busher Engines. Bushy out there in the black utility, been running, he was here last weekend playing the game. He was at Portland. I think Bushy would run every weekend if he could. Just watching the Bricky just edge in very, very slowly in the EH station wagon. Running a 427 Bushy. Unfortunately, red lights there on his feet. But look at this, the Bricky goes through on a 133 reaction at 655, 102. And Bushy a 562 on a red light at 122 mile an hour. Here we go, Tony Miscali in the beautiful Ford Probe down in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane 2. In lane 1, Peter Zokas. Pete had a little bit of trouble with the car in the West a couple of weeks ago, said he hurt the engine a little bit. Good news is the engines are back all together, and here he is in the Mars Civil car, racing it out there in lane 1. But Tony Miscali down here in his brand new car, he raced this last weekend, has done a couple of tests here and there and everything, and still has brought it back out this weekend. Had a couple of very, very quick passes. Be interesting to see if he can back them up this weekend or even do better. Stephanie Toker's just moving out of Peter's way, just bringing him up onto the line there in the green machine. A couple of nice big carburetors sticking out of the top of that. I think he is running around about a 406 cubic inch engine. Oh, red light for Zocus, but Miscali away nicely. Tony gets away on an 0.53, runs through on a 53.5 at 127, and a 5.74 on a red light, unfortunately, about a 121 mile an hour pass for Pete Zocus. Tony Miscali still running a 447 cubic inch small block Chevrolet in the Ford Probe. Here we go, Mike Rowan out here in the little Mark II Cortina. Gorgeous looking little car, and Alex Groyd is out there in the Mobile Electrical Services car. Great to see Alex back here. Very popular racer over the years too, Alex Groyd has been running this car for a lot of years, and of course getting better and better each pass. As the car improves, the driver does as well, and it's nice to see this tough-looking little car of the Rowan boys down here in the little Cortina. Mike Rowan goes through on a 592 at 115 mile an hour, and Alex Groydus goes through on a 614 at 111 miles an hour. Next pairing, Mick Pescaneri. Mick out there in the little silver Tirana. He's in lane 1. And Sean McClellan in the big Chevrolet Camaro, the Smoking Grillers car. Now, beautiful car. You see him purging the system as he's just backing it up. A couple of cars out here with big engines in them. Mick just being brought forward very, very slowly, as is Sean. Now Sean in the OG Speed Shop sponsored car with the Smoking Grillers sponsorship on the back there. Mick Piscaneri over there in lane 1. A clean skin car, gorgeous looking little car, the Tirana 2 doors. Here we go. Let's see if we get wheels up, which we do, but McClellan, big launch there, surges towards the centre line and pulls himself back out straight. Runs through for 122 reaction. A 154 for Piscaneri. He crosses on a 595 at 117 and a 551, 126 mile an hour. Good pass there for Sean McClellan. Carl Chevy Taylor coming up now. Chevy out here in the red bubble top. Chevy all the way down from New South Wales out of Sydney. Drove the car down. Good looking car. Took home the trophy late last year in Portland. Greg Rowell just out there acting as his crew chief today to bring him up. Going to back up and just straighten himself up. Chevy Taylor just lining up 409 on the side of the car is his number, and 409 is the cubic inch of the engine. Good looking car, the Chevrolet bubble top. Wheels up for Chevy, 122 on the reaction. And he shoots down the strip there on a 649 at 105 mile an hour. So great pass there for Carl Chevy Taylor. Vince Arena out here in this immaculate little Chevrolet Nova. Coming out of the Salisbury South Auto there. There he is, the man himself, Mike DeRose. Mike has been doing all the mechanics on this car and setting up, acting as crew chief. Just using his vast experience to help this team with his brand new car. Rolls through his lights there, unfortunately, and disqualifies himself before they can set a time for him. Bad luck there for Vince. But still his first round of elimination. That'll give him a little bit of an indication of how the car's going to run. Going into modified eliminator now, and here we go on the hell bent, tough as nails, brutal looking car there of Matty Ponton. What a gorgeous looking little altered this car is. Big drop, teardrop nose on it. Oh, fantastic looking car. Running a 350 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. And he's up against the winner from last weekend, Kenny Stewart in the Fuchs Dragster. And Kenny been having a good chat with Kenny last weekend. 29 years now, sponsorship with Fuchs. Have a look at the car. It is immaculate all the time. Kenny produces, goes out, races, wins, and promotes Fuchs wherever he goes. So he's getting his money worth, and we sincerely hope that Fuchs Lubricants are getting their money worth too. The hellbent car here of Matty Ponton. Look at this, both cars, 033, 041 for Kenny. Kenny runs through on a 48 at 140 and a 502 at 138 for Matt Ponton. So two very, very quick cars. Just looking at their 60s, Kenny did a 1069 and a 1191 for Matty Ponton. Now, the figures might be different, but there was nothing in it. Craig Baker, ladies and gentlemen, or is it Josh Baker? Craig Baker down there in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane 2. In lane 1, we've got Pete O'Connell, who raced here last week in the Fulton, in the Little Goblin. Just clearing the throat there on the Baker car. It's sponsored by Paul Rogers Automatics. Both cars rolling up. We've got a rear engine dragster with the little 383 of Craig Baker and the 427 cubic inch Ford engine, front engine dragster there of Peter O'Connell. This will be interesting. Now, Pete ran last week. Here we go, wheels up on the dragster. Look at this, Peter. Goes through nicely. Both cars go through. Good clean run. A 001 there for Pete. 00011 for Peter on the reaction. A 577, 117. A 609, 113 for Craig on an 036 reaction. Jody Wagner coming up next in the Slingshot Dragster. And Chris Wilson in the 35 pickup in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane 2. Jody running the 6-cylinder fuel-injected Holden 6. In the little Slingshot. This is her first competition meeting, as she's only did her familiarisation and did her licensing last week. So congratulations to Jody, our latest in licensing. She's running B modified dragster. Both cars rolling up now. Pre-stage for both cars. In stage there for Jodie. She's deep staged a little bit. Oh, unfortunately for Jodie, she has red lighter, but Chris Wilson has got away nicely on an 019 crossover and a 6036 at 109 miles an hour. Jodie goes through, runs an 840 at 87 miles an hour. Unfortunately, deep stages and red lights. Vlado Turek, ladies and gentlemen, the VT racing car in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane. It's great to see Vlado back here. Raced last weekend in this hard-charging, tough machine. LB Bakranich is coming up in lane 1, pardon me, in the Ace-sponsored Chevrolet. Both cars just rolling up into stage now. Pre-stage, full stage for Vlado. Good launch, both cars. Look at this. Side by side as they go down the strip. The LB Brakanic goes through on a 5.092 at 136 and a 5.153 at 135 for Vlado Turek. Chevrolet Monte Carlo of LB Brakanic. He took a nice little pass there, an 0.72 on his reaction, an 0.61 for Vlado. Stu McBain and Leon Davies, two giant big engines in these cars coming up now. The Chevrolet Lumina of Stuart McBain will come out in lane 2, and the Chevrolet Camaro of Leon Davies comes out in lane 1. Both cars just rolling back now. The McBain car, the Lumina, looks fantastic. Came out as all purple. And now he's got some white dams on it. Looks terrific, the paint job on that. And the all orange slate crash repair car there out of Port Lincoln in South Australia in Leon Davies. Leon's had this Camaro running. Took a Christmas tree home from here a couple of years ago. And I think Stu McBain's got a couple of Christmas trees at home also. Here we go, fries the tyres a little bit there on the Camaro for Leon Davies. But Stu McBain goes through on an 0.46 reaction, runs a 5.083 at 135 mile an hour, and a 6.54 at 129 mile an hour for Leon Davies. A 1.86 on his reaction, but unfortunately lit the tyres up on the start line. Next pairing, Corey Reed in the Pontiac coming up against Kevin McIver. Kevin also in a Pontiac. Track looking fantastic, starting to get some nice satin lines down the centre there. The more cars that make the passes, the more rubber goes on the track. The more we polish it, the better the track becomes. Look at this, almost identical Pontiacs out there. Corey Reed and his new toy did his first shakedown passes last weekend. And Kevin McIver running out there for his young daughter Zoe. Now Zoe raced last weekend in her first event and took the winner's trophy home too, so she was absolutely stoked, and great to see a new driver taking home a win. So Kevin McIver in the red, black and white Pontiac in lane 2, and in the purple and white and grey and blue Pontiac in lane 1 is Corey Reid out of Kadina in South Australia. Corey has quite a stable of cars at home. He's got the Falcon registered and races in the Street Challenge. Oh, up they go. McIver gets away beautifully. He gets 1:065 at 2:33 for Corey Reid. McIver goes through on a 5:19 at 127 and a 5:90, 119 for Corey Reid. Nicole Theo coming out next, ladies and gentlemen. She'll come out in this beautiful blue Chevrolet Camaro. This car will change colour as the evening gets, as we lose a little bit of light out of the atmosphere. You will notice this car under lights will change colour. Once again, a fantastic looking car. The Chevrolet Camaro of the Theo family with Nicole Theo Racing. In lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane, we've got Nicole Theo. Her dad, Chris, are just crewing with her. Beautiful looking car. Chris was runner-up in Top Sportsman in this very car a few seasons ago. Now putting Nicole behind the wheel. Her partner, Josh Baker, just coming out, will be bringing her up. Nicole just sneaking into stage now. She's in pre-stage. Solo pass for her on this run. Car having a little bit of trouble keeping the fire going. She's just got to get the car set up, and the way she rolls, not a very good start for her, but still keeps it running. Get the car back to the pits and find out what the problem is. Might be whatever it is. Hopefully they can fix it up. That's her first pass is a forgetful pass for her. Right, we're going in a little bit of track maintenance, ladies and gentlemen, so we must not forget our sponsors here, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Sunset Strip. Big thanks to our Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. Our lane sponsors in Bursley's Auto Parts. Lane 2 is Fulton Hogan. The finish line is sponsored by BNS X-Works and MTM Transport Management. The only bracket sponsor for Super Street is sponsored by South Australian Drag Racing Association. And the sponsor that we need to mention always for being fantastic sponsors and jumping on board is Cleanaway, Duck Makers, Audi Sound, Robbins Kerry Manger, Arana Motor Inn, Plumbing Plus Mildura, Sunny Tape Mildura, Just Red Gum, Monty Electrical, CPM, Stevie Power, Charlie's Engineering, Nick Burke Plumbing, Number One Solar, and our long-time sponsor too and great supporter too is Max Cranes. For all our friends around the world on Sporting Scribe Muscle too, and Drag Racing Central. It is great to see you back on. We have been in a little bit of a break because of COVID and a little bit of a break because new equipment, etc. like that. Big thanks to Mark Humphrey. He'll be standing here on his one camera unit again too, but he assures us, ladies and gentlemen, that he is working feverishly hard. And he will have his new setup up and running very, very soon for the Easter meeting. So we'll be able to do a far better coverage, and remind you too, ladies and gentlemen, that Mark is doing this all out of his own pocket too. So all those around the world and everything like that looking in on Drag Racing Central and on YouTube at sporting.scribe. If you are watching, please send in a message to Mark and say good day to us. And if you are watching, please alert your friends from worldwide and get them in to watch Sporting Scribe too. We are running our Sportsman Series, Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series here at the beautiful Sunset Strip in Sunraysia, Mildura Sunraysia. A beautiful part of Victoria, just on the Murray River in the southern part of Australia. If you have a look on your maps, if you're overseas, have a look on your maps. It's Mildura, Mildura, or go to Google Earth, punch in Mildura Drag Racing, and you'll be able to have a look at us from the satellite from about 1,500 feet up. And once you do that, we'll give you a wave. Drag Racing Central is brought to you by D. Berius and Son Vegetable Growers and VDR and Max VDRC, the Victorian Drag Racers Club, and Max Crane Equipment Hire, all throughout South Australia and into the Northern Territory too. So big thanks to all them, Alex Berius and his beautiful family in Werribee with the Vegetable Growers, the Victorian Drag Racing Club, and Mark Kern and his team at Max Cranes and Equipment Hire. Got to say good day to a mate of ours over in Singapore, Brett and Nicole Hoare. Hope you're enjoying yourself over in Singapore there, mate. Just saw your message come through. It's great to see that you are watching. Also, I've got to say hello to a young gentleman who's going to be a promising drag racer, lives all the way over in England. I'm going to mention this young gentleman when the Tim and Susie Stewart car, the stand come out on the track, but I've just got this message coming through. So, g'day Hunter, how are you over there in London? So when your grandpa and grandma's car comes out on the track, or Poppy and Nanny, whatever you like to call them, Hunter, when they come out on the track, mate, we'll certainly give you a big push for it then, mate. Just going through some of our comments that are coming through on the live stream. Roddy Kerr from South Coast. G'day, mate. How are you, pal? Edge Malice. I hope you're getting better, mate. Taryn Ellis and Raylene Thompson over there in South Australia. Happy birthday the other day, Taryn. Great to see you, honey. Love the colour of your hair. Wayne Stevens, good luck to all. Thank you, Wayne. Darren Nichelle, good on you, mate. Good on you, Mark and Ellen. Thank you very much. Michael Walker, tell the photographers to... No, I'm not going to say that. Luke Davis, g'day, mate. How are you, pal? Good to see you. David Escort, g'day, Al. How are you, mate? Mopar Billy, great to see you pop up. Michael Bridges is watching. Good to see Michael. It was great to see you last week. And that car of yours and yourself, mate, you run like a bullet now. Ellie Stewart, great to see you there. Wayne Odgers, good on you, Wayne. Thanks for dropping in. G'day, Dale Tucker, you superstar, mate, from last week. Ash Kilvington there, yelling at go Gordon Crawford. Taryn Ellis back again watching. It looks like we've got a few callers from all over the place. We're just trying to get back to a few here and have a bit of a look. Bob Sherry is watching too, so great to see Bob here. Getting a few calls coming through from all over Australia and a couple from over the other side of the earth too. So please, ladies and gentlemen, those who are calling through and having a little bit of a look and a listen through Drag Race Central, please alert all your friends that we are live streaming at the moment, and we love doing this. Mark and I certainly love doing this. Mark does this out of the love and out of his own pocket too, so it is fantastic that we can live stream from our beautiful regional tracks here in Mildura, Whyalla, Portland, and all around the state here and up into Alice Springs. It's great to see that we can bring live streaming from our regional tracks all around Australia, all around the world. So just please drop in anytime you want to make a comment on it or something like that. By all means do. It just lets us know that people are interested in doing and watching what we do. Andrew Gregg was there last week for the Top Fuel. Great meet, great country track. Thank you, Andrew Gregg. Christy Lee Hunt. And Natalie Hunt said she wants to see her pa do a big burnouts in the Huntsman. Well, you're about to see it. There he is, Timmy Stewart out there in the Stang. So, Hunter, are you watching all the way over there in London, young man? This is a car that you'll be taking over in a couple of years when Poppy gets into a new car. Speaking of Poppy, there's Dave Thornton over there in the Poppy Dave Racing now. Had a horrible week last week. Hopefully, with the new wheels on the back there, has solved a few of the problems. Had some pretty tall wheels on the back. So Tim Stewart has given him some tyres. They've stretched them onto the car, and we'll see how he goes this time. He had a lot of tyre shake there last week, and the car had a lot of trouble getting off the line. Purely and simple, it would not leave the line. So we'll see how it goes this week. The big blower hat on the Stang there, on the Tim Stewart car, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, that Tim can't see past that. So he's got a gauge where he is by looking out beside it at the centre line in the track or at the wall. And does a fantastic job, as you'll see. This car goes very, very straight. They do a lot of work on this car, spend a lot of time on it, fine-tuning it. It is a magic car, the Stang. And you'll see the smile on Tim's face. And for Dave Thornton over there, mate, good luck. Let's hope all the fiddling and all the work and the time consuming you put into this car will help you. Good launch there for Dave, but it got a little bit out of kilter. And look at this for first pass for Timmy Stewart. 105 on a reaction, 439, 157 mile an hour on his first pass. Tim will come back with a huge smile on his face there. 673 at 95. 673 at 95 there for David Thornton, and Tim Stewart a 439 at 157 miles an hour there for him. So great pass for the first two of the Supercharged Outlaw. Vince Monteleone coming on next, and he'll be coming up against Shane Baxter. Shane running the little rear engine Dragster, and Vince coming out in the Supercharged HD Holden. Great to see Max Benson is watching too. Steve McCumber is watching, and Tony Antonino sitting in the pitch watching. G'day, Jason Kiley, mate. What a shame you're not up here this weekend, but hopefully you'll get your beautiful Black Shining and Beautiful back and running soon. Rick Russo, good on you, Ricky. Good to see your name popping up. Andrew Smith, good to see some of the stream out on the beers going on here while we're watching. Good on you, Smithy, down there in Portland. Nice burn for both cars there for Shane Baxter in lane 2 and Vince Montleone. And just got a nice little letter just from Little Hunter over there in England, and he has sent a nice love you, Poppy. Well done, Little Hunter. What a great name, Hunter. Love it. The Oakley Thermo couples of Shane Baxter. Look at this beautiful little rail. Got a nice little puffer on top of it. Love the upswept pipes there for all the single headers. And look at over there, Vince Monty's car over there in lane 1. Started out as an original street car and turned into a drag car with a wild big supercharged engine in it. Being engineered and mechanicked by Paul Gregorini, one of the all-time great engine builders out of South Australia. Paul out there standing at the back of the car just watching it, doing all the mechanicals on this for the car. Kevin O'Neill, g'day mate, how are you? Max Famura, g'day mate, how are you? Good to see all the names coming up on the live stream for us. Hope you are sincerely enjoying. Hello to my beautiful Claire down there in Swan Hill. From Baxter, and look at Monty, straight as a die, both cars. Fantastic pass. Vince, a 494, runs short of 521 at 132, but look at this, an 066 for Shane, a 467 at 147 miles an hour for Shane Baxter. Both cars dead straight, fantastic run. Both drivers will be happy. Paulie Stevens coming out now, and Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, your grandson wants you to do a massive burnout. So if someone can please tell Mark the grandson is watching, and a massive burnout, please, Pa. Paul Stevens had a bit of trouble with his car, a few engine, bit of oil pressure problem last weekend, took it all the way back to Sydney, ripped it to bits, threw it back together, and he's back up here. And hopefully all the problems will be solved, because it's a long way to and from Sydney. Big thanks to his brother Daryl, too, for helping out too. There was a little bit of trouble with the travel to and from, so Daryl has gone back to Sydney, bought back a trailer, bought back his own tow car and everything like that, just to help his brother Paul out. So big thanks to Daryl Stevens, mate, for your 2 bobs worth too. Paul Cooper rides through great stream, Mark Humphrey, and how was Shane Walker's light? It was a brilliant light, mate, on the Penrite bike there with a 004. Mallow Daniel, come on, Papa. Ripper. I love that. And Kelvin Hugo, nice to see Kel Hugo's name coming up, but I love to see the families come in there. Mallow Daniel coming through and just putting in a few, Mallow Daniel, pardon me, putting through a few. And the Wolfman Brewery is open down there too. Good on you, Shannon. Well done, mate. And g'day, Smithy. Next pairing, Paul Stephen, ladies and gentlemen. All the way out of Sydney, there's his wife, Diane. She wasn't down here last weekend, but she's back here at the Sunset Strip. Great to see her again. Paul coming through in this beautiful Dodge Altered, and he's up against Mark Hunt in the big Cuzzo, the Wild Bunch. Both cars gone half track on their burnouts before they stop and back up. Mark Hunt just coming back the colour, just going up to sweep a little bit of rubber off the track there that's come off the tyres. And Paul Stephen being backed up. What a gorgeous looking car, that big altered. Look at the size of the wheels on the back. Great big Hemi engine in it. The double trouble altered, and once again a spectacular line of flames coming out of the double trouble altered. Always had a great looking car. Big supercharged engines. Paul's first race meeting down here many years ago at the Slam Fest. Did his best ever 60-footer, so great credit to this track. He's gone over to Wyalla and raced over there in the big supercharged meeting many years ago, and it's great to see Paul back down in the southern states here racing again all the way out of Sydney. And Mark Hunt, it's great to see his return too, the performance wholesale car from Huntsman. And the Baines Racing engines too, Danny Baines Racing engines. Also the Wild Bunch. We'll get Mark to have a bit of a chat over this weekend about the Wild Bunch and what some new concepts are coming up very, very soon about Wild Bunch Racing and Supercharged Outlaw Racing. So here we go, the best two cars. Mark Hunt gets a nice straight run through at 139 miles an hour, runs a 530 for 166 reaction. Paul Stevens, a little bit of a shake down the bottom there and wisely backs it out, 5.5 at 107 mile an hour and a 456 reaction. But Mark Hunt, nice run, nice first run. So Mark will be happy with that. Paul Stevens will go back and they will get a few spanners, just the left and right on the car, just to make sure that they can do the fine tuning to get it running. How did that go, Dave Thornton?
Yeah, you'll have to change it because I haven't got that.
A lot better, good, good.
I've got it at MTA.
Sean Kirkman, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't seen Sean Kirkman here for many, many moons, and it's great to see him back. Last time I saw Sean was about 6 years ago over at the Wyalla track when we had the big supercharged meeting over there. Sean, nice to see this car back on the track. He will come out into lane two. Look at the size of the blower coming out of the bonnet of this Pontiac. Gets a little bit crossed up there, but pulls it out straight. Nothing dramatic there, just got a little bit of a swing on the bag on the tyre. As you'll see that, if you have a look in the replay, you might see the car slew a little bit, but he did the right thing, just backed it out. Unfortunately, the fire has gone out in Sean's car, so they'll push him back out. Hopefully it's something simple that they can just get the spanner on it, to give it a tweak and get the car back out here. Good looking car, the Pontiac. Always a fantastic looking drag car, the Pontiac Firebirds. We have top qualifier medallions, ladies and gentlemen. All Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series top qualifiers will be awarded a medallion thanks to the support of Deco Glaze Glass Splashbacks Central Victoria, as well as Summit Racing Equipment Pack, and top qualifiers apply. So big thanks to Deco Glaze and Summit Racing. Perfect Light Award, open to all Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series and Australian Drag Racing Championship competitors. The Perfect Light is awarded at every Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series and ADRC event around the country, to be running To be in the running, racers must achieve a perfect 000 light. Reaction time during eliminations, not qualifying. Perfect light winners receive a feature article in Andrew's Fastlane digital magazine website and social media coverage. So always great to get a perfect light. Perfect package award is for sportsman racers who record a perfect reaction light time and runs the perfect dial in. So the prize is $500 thanks to Andrea and Summit Racing Equipment. So you get a 000 and you run right on your dial time, you get $500. So that's well worth hunting for. It's what we all hunt for. Best Presented Award by Vinyl Wraps and Graphics. Big thanks to them. We chosen on the basis of presentation for the car and bike and crew. This award is based on the whole package, e.g. vehicle, bike and crew, not just matching shirts, caps and pants. The John Storm Memorial, commissioned in memory of the late great John Storm, the first National Director of Andra. John Storm Memorial is an annual national award made to the competitor in Group 2, 3 or 4 who scores the highest total or all overall points from rounds of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series, including the final event. So how's that? There's a lot of awards to be given out there, and big thanks to Andra and Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. Phil Payton, one of the boys from the Wild Wild West, and right beside him in this multicoloured bike looking fantastic, and it's great to see this man back on the bike again, GT Crawford. Gordon Crawford all the way out of Western Australia, the moving man. Not the moving man anymore, he's gone into semi-retirement, but we'll still call him the moving man. Gordon Crawford and Phil Payton, 2 blokes from the West, the Wild Wild West, who have pitted together. Some fantastic looking bikes down there too. Now Gordon, you may remember, raced a couple of years ago on Top Bike, then went to Mod Bike. Now he's come back into Group 2 racing. Both gentlemen getting themselves set. Australia's #1 down there too in Mod Bike too, just helping out with Gordon. Just crewing for him is Shane Walker. You may have seen him a little bit earlier on the Penrite, Harley Davidson. Here we go, both on stage, ready to go. Oh, good launch there for Gordon on an 0.20.72. But Phil Payton, look at this thing growing legs. He runs through on a 5.26.5 at 137 and a 5.73 at 123 mile an hour for Gordon Crawford. Geordie Spencer is watching us now. G'day, Geordie. How are you, buddy? Christy Lee Hunt. How are you, Christy Lee? Great to see your name popping up. Julie Carroll, how are you, sweetheart? Phil Herbert is watching. G'day, Phil. Wes McLean from the PGR Racing team. The Corey Pocock, Graham Edwards racing team with Wes, etc., in the EH panel van. Tell Corey I said that. Martin Mirko is watching. G'day, mate. Brett Matthew, hope you're feeling a little bit better, Brett. Johnny Clayton is watching too. Simon Lazara, g'day, buddy. How are you, mate? And the Wolfman Brewery. Right, a couple of more bikes. Nathaniel Mackay and Jakey Hamilton. Jake out there in the big, long, black Hayabusa. And it's great to see Nate Mackay back out on his bike here. This bike is slung very low. Looks like it's moving just as it's sitting still. He is in lane 2. Ray Treasure has just sent a message through that say that Phil Payton has just gone under the national record. So well done, Phil Payton. Nice launch there for Nate Mackay. He goes through on a 2:21.94 for Jake Hamilton. But Nate Mackay runs through. Look at this, a 5.56 at 122 and a 6.35. At 121, so that was well done there for both riders. Big thanks to the Wolfman Brewery for your compliments there, mate. Really appreciate it. Okay, going into Super Comp now. We've got Luis Fingos out there in the orange Valiant in lane 2. In lane 1, we've got Adrian Vella in the little Chevrolet Cobalt. Beautiful looking car. Both cars are. We've got a real classic out here in the Valiant, the two-door Valiant. Fantastic car too. Louis and his lovely wife Trace left the car here through the week, went back to Adelaide. They raced here last weekend. We'll see how Lou goes this weekend. Had a lot of fun last week. No damage to the car. Came back, gave it a bit of a polish and a kiss this afternoon, and ready to race again. Adrian Vella, same trick. Left the car here last week. Been back over having a little bit of a fiddle and a play of it today and getting them ready to go. Here we go. Oh, wheels up both hot rods. Nice launch, both cars. Look at this, an 087 for Adrian Vella, and he runs through on a 29.02, and 219 reaction there for Luis Fingos. He runs through on a 6060 at 114. No mile an hour on lane 1 then.
Yeah, we're just talking
Mango?
about it now, but
Mango?
the computer doesn't tell
No
me.
mile an hour on
Yeah, I
lane
know,
1 then.
yes. Where's the thing on the track? No. The miles per hour is the second beat.
Hey Wolfman, how's your Tigers going too, mate? That was Love Andrew Smith there, mate. Adrian McGroddy is watching too. Great to see your name popping up, Aid. Look forward to seeing you again very, very soon, mate. Craig Getter's coming up next, and we're still in Super Comp here, and he'll be running up against Lee Donaldson out of Whyalla in South Australia. Now, Lee's had this car for a couple of seasons and been doing a lot of testing and a lot of tuning with the car. And hopefully all the work he's done on this car will be a great success for him this weekend.
The entry list I sent you Wednesday, which I just checked, email, had Nat McCain top right, and Dave Sucano. Sorry.
Sorry, yes, I apologise there, sorry. Didn't see that on the
Wayne Stevens has just dropped in to say he's watching too. Good on you, Wayne. Thanks for tuning in. To all our friends all around the world watching, we sincerely hope you're enjoying our telecast here and our live stream from the Sunset Strip in Mildura. Big thanks to all our major sponsors here: Burson's Auto Parts, Summit Racing Equipment and Sportsman Series, Fulton Hogan, B&S Earthworks, MTM Traffic Management, the only brackets sponsors that need mentioning all the way and constantly are Clean Away Duct Makers, Audi Sound, the Arana Motor Inn, Plumbing Plus Mildura, Sunny Tape Mildura, Just Red Gum, Monty Electrical, CPM, Stevie Power, Charlie's Engineering, Nick Burke, Number One Solar, and Max Cranes. Now everyone who's just heard those saying, I want you to repeat after me by memory. All we would like you to do is go to Summit Racing Equipment and go and buy their parts. That's what we want you to do, because it's good enough for the Summit Racing Equipment. I've got friends who work over there in the Cleveland branch, the big branch in Cleveland. Mike Kostick and the crew over there. Big thanks, and see Lee Greentree over there, and thank him very much. Jim Greentree over there, and thank him very much for his constant support of Andrew Drag Racing here in Australia for the Summit Sportsman Series. Raylene Thompson has just tuned in from Port Lincoln. Good on you, Raylene. Hope you're enjoying the cast. Here we go. Craig Geddes and Lee Donaldson. Bullet Race Engineering car of Lee Donaldson. What a fantastic looking car. It's I think it's a VU SS Commodore. And listen to these two cars rev. Small block engines. Full weight in the car for the Donaldson car there. Very little weight's been taken out of that. It's the class he runs. And then we look at the dragster of the Decker Glaze dragster of Craig Geddes. Slowly bringing the cars forward. Paul Hutting out of South Australia down there, just lending his expertise from Whyalla to the Donaldson car. And look at this, Craig Geddes. What a fantastic looking car. One of the sponsors here this weekend for the top qualifier medallions, the decker glazed cars, and glass splashbacks. Michael Utting watching in now. Good on you, Michael. Narella Hunter. Good on you, Narelle. Oh, launch there. Set it quick off the line there, so we've got ourselves, hello, Craig. Big launch. And Craig's light has gone out halfway down the strip, but Lee Donaldson goes through on a hard charge there to 652 at 108 mile an hour. 5.15 on his reaction, 1.39 on his 60-footer. So whatever the problem is with Craig Geddes' car, we sincerely hope he can get it back to the pits and get it fixed quickly. It's first time for 12 months the rail has been out to run. To our friends sitting over there on the hill, our spectators, ladies and gentlemen, any time you are very, very welcome to come into the pit and have a really good look around. Please be careful when you are wandering through the pit, as there will be cars and bikes and tow vehicles moving. And if you want to have a look at anything in the pits, by all means, just grab the attention of one of the crew, the owner, the driver, etc. And 90% of the time, they're only too welcoming to bring you into the pits. The other 10% when they're about to go out. So, but at any time, please wander through. We have catering in the pits here. We've got the cafeteria just behind us under the blue canopy. And we also have Ziggy's Coffee down there, the best coffee in the world. Big thanks to Trevor. David Roberts, great to see this little dragster. David Roberts Racing. He's all the way from Newcastle, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic to see him back out here in the crew. Now, have a look at this little car. It is a twin turbo, so he's got a hairdryer on each head. And this thing picks up the revs like you wouldn't believe. Fantastic little machine. Oh, not a little machine. It's probably about a 260-inch dragster out there, maybe a little bit longer between the wheels. But good-looking car, and great to see Dave and the crew all the way down from Nova Castria. Look at this, building up pace, and he's got the Burson sticker on the front there. Here we go, bumps it in, and away he goes. Oh, I love those things. They're like bullets, aren't they, those dragsters? They are just so long, so quick, and does a fantastic pass too. A 483, 149.26 mile an hour. Picked up a little bit on the tyres at the other end of the strip there. He may have cracked the 150. But I tell you what, 149.26, not far off it on a 133 reaction. So great pass there for Dave Roberts. A little bit of track, mate. As the sun's starting to drop, ladies and gentlemen, the place just looks fantastic here. at Mildura. We're in for a great meeting here at the Twilight Nationals. Just having a look up the other end of the track there. The lines in the middle of the track look fantastic now. We're starting to get those nice satin lines. And the amazing thing too, we've had about 50 passes already, ladies and gentlemen, and the boxes are still in the middle of the track. This time last week, I think we'd cleaned up about 4 or 5 boxes, but they are still in the middle of the track this week. The tail end boxes and the centre boxes there like that got a fair pasting last week. They got kicked around a fair bit. Great to see some smart driving too last week. Some of the driving in some pretty good conditions. But some of the cars picking up and getting just a little bit out of kilter. And the cool head of all the drivers and some of the amazing rides from some of our very, very quick bike riders out there. We took out a couple of the centre blocks with the bike riders too. But their riding was not to overcorrect, not to quickly correct. They actually took the hit, took the boxes, and rode the bikes out at the other end. So congratulations to everyone who rode and drove last week. It was just fantastic to see cool heads under helmets, you know, doing that kind of racing and that kind of driving, taking out a box, not trying to avoid a foam box and putting yourself in danger. Take the box out and just steer the car and the bike perfectly. So that was great to see. Michael Jennings out there in the Exterminator runs an 0.97 in lane 2, comes through at a 7.025 at 95, then a 7.30 for George Varelius. He does an 0.85 in the Commodore in lane 1. Craig Ferguson now in the utility, big tall Craig, and he's up against Julian Semler. Julian in the red VK Commodore, very smart looking car, great shaped car to the VKs. And he's up against Craig Ferguson. Craig in the VE utility. Second pass for these gentlemen tonight here at qualifying in the beautiful Twilight Nationals here at the Summit Racing Equipment Sporting Series with Andra Championship Drag Racing. Nice launch, both cars. 121 for Ferguson, 356 for Semler in the VK, and he crosses short of 7.23 at 93 mile an hour and 81 at 89 miles an hour for Craig Ferguson in the utility. Just looking at the cars driving down there, it looks fantastic. You see this, look at the sunlight going down the track there, ladies and gentlemen. No wonder this place is called the Sunset Strip. As we get a little bit closer to the evening and the darkness comes into the sky, you will see one of the most spectacular sunsets named after this strip. The strip wasn't named after the sunset. Nicholas Karanovich now. Nick out here in the Barracuda in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane. In lane 1, Burson's Auto Parts, we've got Deb O'Connell. Now, Deb, a lady with a mission. This car has been a bullet over the last couple of weeks, and she just comes back with a smile bigger than the windscreen on the car, improving every pass, herself and the car. You can see those steely eyes looking through there. Concentration plus. Nick Karanovich, same thing. Oh, Nick, unfortunately, red light. Deb O'Connell, 204. That blue Falcon grows legs and rips across the line there on a 7.32 at 103 and a 7.56 at 90 for Nicholas Karanovich. Kylie O'Connell coming through now. And Tony Antonino. Kylie out there in the little Muttley, the HB Tirana. Running a 250 Crossflow Falcon, and we've got Tony Antonino running a 318 cubic inch Chrysler V8 in the S-Series Valley. Aren't they actually a classic looking car? I think they started out in a 60 and went to about 62 or 63. Nice launch, both cars. Unfortunately for Kylie, she gets a little bit too quick on the lights and drops a cherry. Tony Antonino 050 and runs a 718 at 94. 748 at 90 mile an hour for Kylie. Unfortunate, a red light. Paul Fatty Jennings out here in the Chevrolet Nova in lane 1, Burson's Auto Part lane 1. And Henry Spisak, he is in the Fulton Hogan lane, lane 2. I saw all the Fulton Hogan boys out on the road this morning, down on Benetook Avenue at the other end, just doing a little bit of maintenance up there. Great to see them out and about. And a big thanks to Fulton Hogan for all the work they do sponsoring the track here and all the work they do on our roads. Nice launch there from Fatty Jennings. Gets away on an 0-1-4 reaction. Well done, Henry. A 1-0-0, so good reaction too. 7.07.9 for Fatty in the little Chevrolet Nova at 95 mile an hour. And Henry goes through on a 7.97 at 90 miles an hour. So very close. Great run. Here we go. Dutchy Holland out here in the black 1-tonner. And he's up in the black VS, or is that a Panther Mica? That looks like that could be black, or is it Panther Mica? Panther Mica, well, yes, it's the Panther Mica colour, showing the green through the car as the sunlight gets on it. Now, Dom Lanciana in the lane 1 in the VS 355. Dom took the Kent's Group Memorial last weekend. Congratulations, Dom. Great meeting, great drive all the way through. And we've got Dutchy Holland out of the South Coast Raceway, and I know there's a few of his friends down there watching. David Willis is watching. Michael Utting, Raylene Thompson, g'day. Neil Marlborough, g'day Neil, how are you, mate? Good to see your name popping up on the screens. Both cars just in full stage now. The tree's ready. Dom popping in, here we go. Oh, Dutchy a little bit too quick on the lights there. Dom at 2.22 on his reaction and goes through, but Dutchy pushing hard. Still wants to get a good time. He runs a 7.21 at 94. Unfortunately, red lights. Dom goes through on a 6.92. Tex Griffiths coming up now, and Rocky Caminiti. Tex out there in the big Plymouth Duster in lane 1. In lane 2, it looks like we've got a VU, Senator. Full black Senator. Got the step ladder in the back window there. Always a good look, the Venetian blinds. Love them. Nice bit of classic in the car. Tex just rolling up. Beautiful big car, big muscle car out of the States. Oh, nice lift there. Good launch there on 091 for Tex, at 241 for Rocky. Both cars roll through there. 241 for Rocky. He goes through on a 7.049 at 97 mile an hour. 672 at 102 miles an hour there for Tex Griffiths. A 091 on his reaction, so quite good for that. Junior Dragster's coming out now, the future of our sport. The kids coming out now.
Al, can you tell Mango he can fix the beans, because he hasn't got to ask Mango to fix the beans now, please?
Robbie Manger, can you fix those beams now, please? We've got a little bit of time on our hands. If you can fix those beams now, please, Rob Manger.
Out of the way, Al. Got to get you out of the way. Go off the drink.
Getting a few comments coming through on our Sporting Scribe. It sounds like the South Coast Raceways want me to start a fight, asking Shannon Brooks, how'd the Tigers go the other night? Now, I'll dob him in. It was Andrew Smith who asked that too, Brooksy, all right? Good to see the boys having a bit of fun and watching it on Sporting Scribe and Drag Race Central. Look at this weather, ladies and gentlemen. Clear skies, a few light puffies in the sky there. Looks fantastic. But the sun's starting to drop and just looks beautiful out here, and a nice cool evening coming in for us. Sophia Cooker will come in with her brother. Sophia will go into lane 1. Nathaniel will go into lane 2. Dave Bray is watching. G'day, David. How are you? Danny Wilson is watching. Daniel Wilson. And David Foster is watching. G'day, gorgeous. How are you, mate? We're just having a few problems down the other end there. A couple of the sensors, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, have been dislodged slightly. The Tex Griffith car, ladies and gentlemen, the big green machine, is a Plymouth Satellite running a 506 cubic inch engine, so it's a, you see it, Tex 013 on the number plates there. It's a Plymouth Satellite, good looking car too, the old Satellite. Very similar to a lot of the other cars. They were called different cars because of different cubic inch, etc. like that, and setups in the car and everything. But still great cars. Look at this, a couple of legends just down here on the return lane having a bit of a jaw. Chevy Taylor and Graham Cooper, the brickie.
We good? Okay. Beans are good.
Nice to see a crowd building up. The cafeteria is going just under the blue canopy behind the tower here. And Ziggy's coffee van over there. Thanks for the iced coffee, mate. Fantastic. Tastes beautiful, Trev. So grab yourself something to eat, something to drink while there's just a little bit of track maintenance going on.
Thank you.
It looks like Graham Cooper's stolen a push bike.
That's okay.
Hey Chevy, is that got a Chev badge on it somewhere? Won't be able to ride, hasn't got a Chev badge on it. Good on you, mate. Right, our juniors are coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see the kids here. We've got Sophia Cookle in lane 1. And we've got Nathaniel Cookle in lane 2. Kids get away, an 0.52 for Nathaniel and a 3.75 there for Sophia. Nathaniel goes down and crosses the line on a 9.057 at 70 miles an hour and a 12.58 for 50 miles an hour for little Sophia. Great run by the Cookle kids. Great to see the family running. Just got a message from Eddie Carranza, he and Maria and Daniel, our young superstar over in the States. Daniel has qualified, licensed at Bakersfield on the weekend to drive this weekend in a car that we don't know yet what it is. He'll be racing in Las Vegas this weekend. So Daniel Carranza, Daniel Carranza, junior dragster, has just stepped out of juniors, been invited to America. He licensed on Tuesday this week at Bakersfield and will be racing tomorrow I've just got a message from his father, Ed, and I just asked him to keep the news coming to give us all the news of what's happening in the States at the moment. So there'll be some great news I'll be able to pass on a little bit later tonight. Shantaya Cardam out here. Great to see little Shantaya out in the Speed Pro car in the Cardam racing machine. Shantaya gets away on a 3:29.26 in the 60-footer. She runs through at a 12:93 at 48 miles an hour. So well done, little Shantaya, in her first year of racing.
Yes, sir, Chief. How are you, mate?
Well, just a boat in front of it, we sprayed it all out, sprayed it, and then something goes back in the hull.
Oh, serious?
Because we sat here for 2 years doing nothing. Even when the top fillers were here the other day, we've got the dunny brush out the whole lot. I just had to go and spray the end. Like a paddy pup would come up, and it's a bee that wants to fly in the bee. What do you do? You can't relate, John. No, well, I sprayed the bloody thing. Then he'd have got to, I saw him and I went, you're dead. You're gone, mate. He come buzzing at me, and then I was over there about, before we went away into COVID, and I was over there and there's a 5-foot brown snake come over and said g'day to me while I was on the ground laying down looking at the sensor. Yeah, so I'm a bit worried now. When I lay there looking at the sensor, that's like,
Where's he? Where is he? Alright, no worries. Thank you, mate.
no, that's all right. Thank you very much. I tried our best. It's just
Yeah, no, I thought I'd let you know because me, it's on the street car. But
Brody Zapier coming up now, and we've got Sarah Osborne and two almost identical cars. They look fantastic. They've got the canopy over their roll cage, and they've got some just amazing looking satin finish with the black on the Brody's car, Zap's Brat. He's got the black and blue wing, and on Sarah's car she's got a beautiful pink drag line on the car. It looks fantastic. They've got the little intendage in the front of the front wheels. So these cars are not only just junior dragsters, they are little showpieces too. Oh, 64 for Sarah Osborne, and she runs through an 8:025 at 80 miles an hour, and an 034 for Brody Zapier, and he runs through at an 8:029 at 81.87 mile an hour.
Yeah, we were. Hang on. Yes, please. Yeah.
come up at a GA.
Thank you. It's for a motorbike.
Nat McKay, yeah? Gary?
Sorry?
Nat McKay.
Yes.
We can't find out.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay. We've got nothing on him, and that's all right, we'll work it out.
Right, next pairing is Aidan Lanciana coming up with Alira Cardam.
Yeah, two.
Alira will come up into lane 2. The Fulton Hogan lane, and Aidan will go into lane 1. You'll see Dom Lanciana just bring his son in, and Robbie Cardam bring in with Alira. I thought Robbie may have had his green machine here this weekend. Doesn't appear so, unfortunate. Aidan, fantastic looking car, just a straight white cowl on this car, not red writing through it. And here in the Speed Pro car of Alira Cardam, she's got the black and yellow car and looks terrific. Just a couple of straight lines, and they are little showpieces. They look fantastic. Alira's got the nice little single arm wing out the back there with a licensing number on it. Both cars in. Oh, Aiden a little bit too quick on the lights there. Getting away nicely. Alira gets away on an 0.49. And an 8.142 at 76 mile an hour. 9.22 at 71 miles an hour for Aiden Lanciano. So good pass for both cars. Good times. Good pass times there. But unfortunately for Aiden, a little bit quick on the lights and drops a cherry at the bottom of the tree. Cooper Plummer coming up next in the Flamin' Aussie 2. Little Flamin' Aussie down there. Cooper Plummer. Good looking little car, as we were saying before. Some of these cars are showpieces. Thanks very much. With the nice flames on it, goes from yellow right through to the orange and then into a black cowling. The blue chassis underneath, a little bit of blue hanging out the end on a balance bar. Cooper goes through on a 1.15 reaction time and an 8.91 at 74 miles an hour. So good pass for him. Toddy Wagner coming up next and Mason Cookle. Toddy out there. Mr. T in lane 1. Lane 2, we've got Mason Cookle. Now, I love this little car. It looks fantastic with the graphics all over it. And a little bit of the Ed Roth style with the monster coming out the side there with the drag strip and the eyes poked forward in typical Ed Roth style. Oh, unfortunately for Mason, a little bit too quick on the lights there. Oh, geez. 100 thousandths of a second too quick on the lights from a perfect light. He went 0.99 on the wrong side of the tree. A 140 there for Todd Wagner. Todd goes through on a 12.35 at 52 and a 13.26 at 48 miles an hour for Mason Cookall. Good evening, Wayne Talbot. Great to see your name come up. Now, Ed has just sent me through a message. They are actually licensing this week and will race in weeks to come. So the information I had wasn't perfectly correct, but the news is they are licensing with Daniel this weekend, and then the racing will come very soon. So I'll get Ed just to hold his news of what licensing they will be going through and everything like that, because I think it's very important that he announce it, not me. And they can put it on their Facebook page if he wants me to announce. But Ed, I will certainly do it here. But I'd like you to have, you and Maria and young Daniel, to have and soak in the glory up there of what's happening with your brilliant young fellow, young Daniel, a great young kid. Well, not a kid anymore. He's 6'19" tall and tall as most of us. Oh, red light there, unfortunately, for Darren McGregor, and a wheel stand there for Gregor Birdie. He gets away. Greg races away there and gets away on a 790 at 93 miles an hour, and 667 at 103 for Darren McGregor. Right, Shane Walker coming out now, Australia's #1 in modified motorcycle on the Harley Davidson. Looking at this, a really smart looking bike. Lovely wife Mon out there. They've dressed up nicely in their orange and black Harley Davidson colours. And have a look at the sign there on the side on his bar at the back, the extra leg at the back there, the caster right at the back there. Penrite, #1. So, #1 racer in Australia. He's the current champion. Proudly sponsored by Penrite Oils. Shane just coming out to do another qualifying run. Just gets himself nice and settled. Leans into it. Look at this. Just slowly rolling in. Up come the revs. And there he goes. Good launch, 0.42. Nice launch on the Penrite Harley Davidson. Goes through at a 6.130 at 111 mile an hour. Nice pass. Nice easy pass. Didn't take it easy because it was a solo pass. Did a great pass because he wanted to get more data. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into Supergas now. Australia's #1 out there again. We've got all the #1s here today. Colin Griffin in the little 460 cubic inch Ford V8, the fastest Toyota sleeker in the whole wide world, up against this fabulous looking little roadster, 63 Chevrolet Corvette of Graham Spencer. The SAS sponsored Chevrolet, an auto-sponsored Chevrolet of Graham Spencer. Cole Griffin out there in this retro paint style. Up they go. There goes the throttle stops, and there goes the acceleration. Next pairing, Warren Bull. We've in the previous pass there, Colin Griffin went a little bit too fast, a lot too fast, ran a 5.97, but a great pass there for Graham Spencer. He went through on a 6.35, so the index 6.30. He did a good job there, an 0.58 on his reaction. Cole, an 0.13 on the reaction. But Graham Spencer, great pass, 6.35. Next pairing, Warren Bull and Jason Wilson. Both cars powering on nicely. Let's have a look at their top. Oh, great pass. 6.32 for Jason Wilson. Bit quick under the index there for Warren Bull. He runs a 6.03, so a little bit too quick. But Jason Wilson, great pass, 6.320. Robbie Bergman coming up. Looks like it might be a solo pass in Supergas here for Rob Bergman. Another beautiful looking Valiant Tour. This is a hard charging car. Love the number plate, Angry. Wheels up for Robbie. He gets away on a 118. Oh, look at that. 6319. Jason Wilson went through on a 6320. Rob's just gone through on a 6319. How close is this at the moment? All in qualifying. What's it going to be like when we go into elimination tomorrow? This is going to be some good racing. And here we go, one of my favourite cars of all time, the Mulberry Midnight car of the Chevrolet Camaro of Lance Larkham, and another equally beautiful classic out here in the Des Jeffrey utility. Have a close look at the paint jobs on these cars. You can see through into next week when you look hard into these cars. Stunning machines. The American classic, the American Muscle Clark classic of the Camaro of Lance Larkham. The Australian utility classic of Des Jeffrey. Des out of Portland, Lance out of Adelaide. Ryan Lee just helping out there, bringing him up. Both cars, hard charges, wheels up on both machines here. Coming in into full stage now comes Lance. Here we go. Look at that beautiful launch. Both cars 028 and 033. Larkham just growing legs a little bit more, and he goes short of 5034 in Super Sedan and a 568 for Des Jeffrey at 120 miles an hour. So fantastic pass here for both cars. Alex Groyders in the yellow machine, the Mobile Electrical Services car for Alex Groyders. And Mick Ruin out there in this gorgeous little Mark II Cortina. Look at the bags under the back wheel, of the back wheels there. He's done a beautiful job on that car. He's tubbed it right out and hasn't touched the arch. So the body shape is almost original, apart from a few door handles missing, but that only adds to the aerodynamics and the bubble on the bonnet. But the giant wheels under that back wheel arch. Good looking car. Both cars in Super Sedan, ladies and gentlemen. And look at this evening now, ladies and gentlemen. The sun's dropping. Beautiful evening here in Mildura. 043 for Groyders, 026 for Rowan. 51974 Mick Rowan. Alex Groyders goes through on a 6140 at 111 miles an hour. Mick Aventides is watching. So is Alfie Sharker Jr. G'day, boys, from all the way from Sydney. Greg Escort, g'day mate, great to see you all watching too. Mickey Aventides and Alf Sharker and family all the way from Sydney town. Great to see you watching in here on Sporting Scribe and on Drag Race Central. A couple of Australian classics here. Look at this, the Rob Evans car. The big hard top Valiant Regal there of Robbie Evans, and Benny Phillips out there in the beautiful HK station wagon. I'd love to know what that colour is. I don't think it's an original Holden colour. It looks like a real olive lime in a colour, but gorgeous looking thing. And same with Rob Evans' car. What a gorgeous looking, looks tough as nails as he wheels up and leaves the line on a 151 reaction. An 013 reaction there for Benny Phillips. Rob goes through on a 556 at 123 and a 5095 for Benny Phillips. Great pass both cars. 5562 for Robbie Evans. William Berry is watching all the way from the South Coast. G'day William, how are you mate? Phil Gatso, hi guys, g'day mate, how are you? Hello from Narracourt, says young Will. Here we go, look at this, a couple of classics again. The 57 Chevrolet of Ned Karanovich in lane 1. And the lovely Robin Fillers all the way from Whyalla in South Australia in the beautiful black LH Tirana, running a 6.2 V8 with a supercharger on it. Here we go, both cars getting a good launch. Up they go. Nice launch there for Robin. An 039 for Robbie Phillips. An 088 and Nettie grows the legs. Runs through on a 5054 and a 646 at 105.68 miles an hour for Robin Phillips. Mark Aldrin watching from the Northern Beaches in Sydney and sends his best and all the best to Tex Griffiths from the Northern Beaches in Sydney. Caden Wilson is watching. Great to see Caden, your name popping up here to say good day. Here we go, the Taboo Camaro and another couple of classics. The VK Commodore, made famous by the Group A series of Commodores by Peter Brock, Alan Grice, and anyone who drove one of these hot rods are a fantastic machine. And now, look at this, Jojo Zepp's out there, Joe Carboni in the Comet Farms car, PGR Engines car, running up against the Taboo Chevrolet Camaro of the cowboy himself, Gary Vogelzang. Oh, red light there for Gary, but Joe Carboni gets one at 230 and runs through on a 590. So unfortunately for Gary, he has gone a little bit too quick on it and rolled his lights out on himself. Hello, Janie Hornsby. How are you, sweetheart? Dave Yanko, hi from Queensland. Sunshine, wet coast. Good on you, mate. Awesome coverage, Dave. Hope you're enjoying yourself up out there and you and your family are safe, mate. Look at this evening coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The sky starting to take a beautiful colour in nature. Just an amazing thing when you get the clouds are changing colour because the sun's dropping. The beautiful orange sky behind us because of the sun just hitting on the horizon. Amazing natural colour. Just got a message here from Edge Mellis. It's missing the racing. We can understand that, mate. Just get yourself better, get yourself back onto the bike, get yourself right again, mate. So take your time, there's no rush. But yeah, good to see that the recovering is coming again, coming well for you, mate. So take care, Edge. Dave Sultana coming up now, and Chris Lurlius. Chris in the little purple H Tirana in lane one. The lane one is the Burson's Auto Parts lane. Lane two is a Fulton Hogan car where David Sultana is in the little yellow GTR XU1 Tirana. Beautiful little car too. Dave White is watching. G'day Dave, how are you? For all those watching through YouTube, I can't pick up your comments, so I do apologise. But thank you for signing on through YouTube and watching us there. And hello to my gorgeous Claire in Swan Hill. Nat Alley all the way. Nat is from Portland. Nice coverage. She said, thank you very much for watching in, Nat. Tell all your friends and get them to sign in too. Dave Sultana out here. Look at these two little Tiranas, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't they absolutely stunning? Like a couple of little babies you'd like to cuddle and take home, aren't they? Beautiful cars. Whoa, Dave leans on the lights there and disqualifies himself out of this run. But look at this. Great pass there. Red light, unfortunately, for Chris Lurlies, but runs a 642 at 105. Dave Sultana just rolled onto his light there and killed it. So no time recorded, but still gives him an indication of how the car's going to go. Here we go. Same again. We've got Mick Piscaneri coming up in an LCLJ Tirana and Pete Zokas out there in an LH. So pretty much a repeat of what we've just seen in the car shapes, an LC and an LH Tirana. Now Pete Zokas out there in lane one in the Mars Civil car and Mick Piscaneri, and this is one tough looking little Tirana too. Look at the size of the wheels on both cars. Pete's got the big overhead sprinkler systems hanging out the bonnet there. Parachute nicely placed out the back there. Got his sponsors on good show there, the Mars Civil Specialised car. Beautiful wife Stephanie out there just bringing him up. Mick Pescaneri just rolling up there, nose up attitude on this car, looks fantastic. Pete, he's got a little low down on there, so both cars, their stance a little bit different, but both cars just look so bloody beautiful and tough. David Mower's watching. G'day, David Mower. Long time no see, buddy. Watching these two cars. This will be interesting. Fair bit of competition between these two boys. Two men. Unfortunately for Zoka's red light. He still gets a good charge down and a nice straight run. Mickey's Piscaneri goes through on a 591 at 117. Mick gets a 100 on his reaction. Pete Zoka's a little bit too quick on the tread. 002 on the wrong side. Speaking of classics, look at this. There's the die-harder Charlie Pitts. Charlie's Engineering. Good on you, Charles. Sean McCabe from Perth. Thanks, mate. Nice to see you are watching and enjoying the telecast. Pete Cook with the Anglia. G'day, buddy. How are you, mate? Great to see you last weekend. That little car of yours, absolutely love it. Beautiful big Chevrolet Camaro now. Sean McClellan's backing up in lane 2 from the OG Speed Shop and the Smoking Grillers. And Charlie Pitts, Charlie's Engineering over there, the die-hard Monaro. Now, this car last week put on a show with the big smoky burnouts and has done the same thing again. I can see out to about well past the 60-footer. He's gone out nearly to the first lamppost past the light post past the start line with a couple of nice big sticky lines. Here we go, bump him in. Oh, McClellan a bit too quick. Charlie gets a nice launch. Gets a little bit skatey at half track there for Charlie, but still runs it nicely through there. And at 105 on his reaction, runs through on a 5.664 and a 5.89 at 121 mile an hour there for Sean McClellan. Dylan Lockdown and BA Clutterbuck, great coverage. Thank you very much. Dave White, hi mate, how are you? He's watching Emmanuel Lempress. G'day, buddy. How are you, mate? Great to see you're watching too. Chris Norton. Thanks for the live this week. They'll be here tomorrow, mate. That's all we know. Here we go, the Bricky. A legend and a classic and another classic over the other side and a legend in the making. Number 1, Martin Murko. And our legend this side, number 51, the bricklayer, Graham Cooper. E.H. Holden Station Wagon, Australian Classic, Chevrolet Camaro, American Muscle Car Classic. And two lovely guys, Coops and Martin Murko. This would be good racing. The competition between these two blokes would be fabulous. Wheels up for both cars. Oh, Martin gets a red light. The Bricky gets one and 0.55. Martin goes through on a 5.40 and a 6.52 at 102 mile an hour for the Bricky. Well done, Graham Cooper. Tony Miscali coming up in the Probe now, and he's got Vince Arena out there in the Chevrolet Monza. Watching from Perth, Ray, Davey Argent. G'day, mate. How are you? Liz and Nick Gardner, loving the live feed. Cheers, good on you. Thanks very much. Nice to hear. It's great to see all the people in watching us from all over Australia now. We'll see if we can get a few people in from the States. Watch us, the Kennedys, the Caustics, etc. Ford Probe of Tony Miscali, ladies and gentlemen, that beautiful burgundy coloured car being. Have a look at this unbelievably stunning looking car of Vince Arena in lane 2, the Chevrolet Nova. Mike DeRossi. Oh, a little bit too quick on the lights there. 176 for Miscali in the Probe. Oh, geez, that grew legs in for Tony Miscali. Ran a 4.52. But unfortunately for Vince Arena, killed his lights as he rolled through first of all. Next pairing, Mark Busher. Bushy be out there in lane 1 with the black utility. And this thing's been running like an absolute bullet too. Carl Chevy Taylor out of the Sydney in this beautiful red Chevrolet bubble top. Anthony Marshall out of Newborough, thanks for the feed of horsepower, mate. Our pleasure. We love it too. Thanks for watching in, Anthony. Good on you, mate. Look at these two classics. The Holden 1-tonner became a classic from just an old ute, became an absolute classic. Some of the tonners we've seen running around, and this one, they are a muscle car in Australia's classical history of cars. I love the way he's got the flat deck, the rolled mudguards on the car, and the reverse scoop on the... Have a look at this beautiful classic, the Chevrolet Impala, a Chevrolet bubble top. Good launch there. Unfortunately for Bush, he left a little bit too quick, but an 0.68 for Chevy Taylor. Runs through on a 6.51 at 105. Bushy runs through at a 5.34. I don't think Bushy's mile an hour. We have had a little bit of a problem here at the moment. Nothing dramatic. It's just given Mark Busher a 562.3 miles an hour. You'll love that. I would be keeping that time slip for the rest of my life. Chris Ferrugia out here at the moment in this beautiful little Toronto. Now, his first pass today, he got the wheels up pretty high, threw him off a little bit of kilter and came down and just drove the car through. Very, very smart driving. Got a car just up the top there, just being cleared off. Just waiting for that. And Mandel Jorgensen from Denmark is watching us, ladies and gentlemen. So we have our international crowd coming. G'day, Annie. How are you, sweetheart? Nice to see your name pop up. Thanks for the kiss. Okay, Chris Ferrugia coming up now, ladies and gentlemen, just getting the set up. The car has been removed off the other end of the track. Thanks to our top end staff. They can't hear it, but we do appreciate what they say. Oh, better launch there for Chris Ferrugia as he goes through. Good hard charging pass there for Chris. 563 at 158 miles an hour. I think there might be a little bit of a problem there. Narelle Hunter saying, doesn't the Ford Probe of Tony Miscali's car look fantastic? Yes, it does. It's a gorgeous looking shape. Fantastic shape for a drag car. Cut back behind the windscreen, behind the back window, and just falls to a wedge at the back. But the nice long nose of it gives the aerodynamic beautifully. Very popular, that style of body. We're getting a few drivers coming up into the tower here. I'll tell you why, because they're just disputing their mile an hour. Mark Busher, of all people, would be disputing his. It says that Mark did a 254 mile an hour pass. Now that's top fuel pass here at 8th mile. We've got a couple of cars that come up here and done 158 mile an hour passes. So they'll frame these time slips. But they'll certainly just make sure that they're getting their right time slip, that's all.
We done a 5-6.
Charlie Pitt, what time did you do, mate? You did a good time, but what was your mile an hour? 700 mile an hour or something? Yeah, 000, yeah. Just a few things. We're having a bit of trouble with insects down on the sensors down at the bottom end of the track, so we are getting a few things. The times are coming in right. The times are coming in very good, but the mile an hour, the flicker of the mile an hour and the flicker of the bugs down on the end of the track, they're the little devils, are just giving us some unbelievable speed. So Mark Bushy will certainly frame his 258 miles an hour. Now, Benny Phillips. Benny, now, come a little bit closer, mate. What colour is your car?
It's hot house green. The
Hot house
Holden
green.
colour.
It is a Holden colour, is
Yeah.
it? Oh, righto. What model?
I think it came out on the VY Commodores.
Did it?
Yeah.
Looks fantastic on your
Thank
HK. On the family wagon, I see you got the picnic mask and the crocheted rug in
Yeah,
the back
that's
seat.
it.
Yeah.
Leave it all in there.
Mate, big win last week.
Yeah, it was. It was good. Been a little while, so it's
Yeah.
good to all came together and yeah, got
Good.
the win. So happy days.
Good stuff, mate. All right, we'll let you go. Good luck for this weekend, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Nice chat there from Benny Phillips. Dan Van Gasteren, who's watching. G'day, Danny. How are you, mate? Narelle Hunter back then. At least no ruse on the track. Yeah, that was a bit scary, Narelle. We've almost got a tower full of drivers coming up here, just checking out their tickets here. Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, coming in to the box now. We've got Matty Ponton out there in this beautiful Altered. I love this car. It is just a brute to look at. And Pete O'Connell in this beautiful old slingshot called the Goblin. G'day, Michael Blasakakis. Great to see your name pop up, mate, so that you're watching. I hope I pronounced your name properly then. Mickey V, we'll call you. Mickey V, how are you, buddy? Both cars just rolling up. It looks like we've got Matty Ponton just in the pre-stage already, just waiting for Pete to roll in when the lights turn on. Both cars in pre-stage, roll up into full in a second. Full stage for Pete, full stage for Matt. Here we go. Nice launch. Matty punches out of the box end pretty hard, as does Pete O'Connell. Both cars go through. The washing comes out. An 0.45 reaction for Ponton, an 0.70 for O'Connell. 572 at 118 mile an hour there for Pete O'Connell. And a great blast there by Matty Ponton. 492, 152.3 mile an hour. Paul Cooper is watching. G'day, Paul. How are you? Yes, Kai Knight, we're looking at that too. 5.6 at 158. No, it's not right. We've got a bug on the sensor down there. We had a 254 mile an hour pass a minute ago on about the same time. So getting that solved. Mark Jackman is watching. G'day, Jacko. Hey, mate. Love your little Cortina, mate. It looked fantastic last week, and your passes, getting every pass was better. Here we go. We've got a front engine dragster, a 6-cylinder front engine of Jody Wagner, and a V8 rear engine dragster of the Fuchs dragster of Kenny Stewart. Now, Kenny took the meeting out in modifieds last week and did it in style again. A very hard racer to beat. Been around for a lot of years drag racing. There's evident he's been sponsored by Fuchs for 29 years. How good is that? Oh, gets away on a mistake there. There's Kenny, an 08 on the wrong side of the tree. But look at this Jody Wagner, an 077. And she runs through on a 769 at 87 miles an hour, getting better every pass. So well done there for Jody. A 463 at 276 miles an hour there for Kenny Stewart. I think that might be wrong. Craig Baker coming up next. He's out there in the little blue cowled rail, the rear engine dragster. And Chris Wilson in the little 35 pickup running a 400 Chevrolet. I believe Craig's engine might be a 383 Chev. I love how Chris Wilson just clears the throats in that car. Just gives it a good kick. Rolling it slowly forward. Craig Baker in stage ready. There they go. Baker red lights, unfortunate, but Wilson gets 1:0.50. Gets 1:0.57 to 6:0.18 at 110 mile an hour and a 5:5.06 at 124 for Baker. Looks like we've got our problem fixed down at the end of the strip there. Craig Baker goes through on a 5.5 at 124 mile an hour, which is a lot more realistic than the 270 mile an hour pass we just had a minute ago. Jace McFarlane is watching. G'day, Jace McFarlane. How are you, buddy? Once again, I must apologise to all our watchers who are coming through on the YouTube channel on sporting.scribe. I can't pick up your comments. I apologise for that. But please, thank you for watching and really do appreciate that you are watching us here on Sporting Scribe and on Drag Race Central. Drag Race Central is on Facebook and sporting.scribe via YouTube. So to all those watching on YouTube, I do apologise. I can't seem to pick it up because I'm just technologically brilliant. But I can pick it up on Facebook because there's something, one finger's working at least anyway, so that's good. But thanks for watching it. We're getting calls from all over the world now. Anne Marndell Jorgensen out of Denmark is watching, and Dean Cleary is watching us all the way down from the Portland on the south coast there. And CJ Davies has just popped in to say g'day. G'day, CJ. How are you, mate? Good to see your name popping up here. And Dave Foster. Yeah, sad you can't be there, mate, and sad we can't see you. It would be great to see you if you turn up for Easter, CJ, mate. Easter at Mildura at the Power Sports weekend. Mate, it's a place to be. It absolutely just bulges with people. I just see Daniel Carandra is watching all the way from the States. Daniel, all the very best for this weekend, mate. We sincerely hope you have the greatest time over there. Grab it with both hands, embrace it and have a fantastic time. All the very best. You know that the whole of Australia is right behind you, my boy. You are a terrific young man. And just grab this opportunity and do the best. They asked you to do it because I know you are the best, mate. So just have a fantastic time over there and just enjoy, mate. The whole of Australia, as I said, is behind you, mate, and all our very best to you and your mum and dad. But, mate, just grab it and enjoy it. G'day, Fazza. How are you, mate? I saw your comments coming up a second ago. Not sure whether the big orange taxi will come out. We'll see how they go. They had it going in the pits a little bit early. Just depends on Mike's health at the moment. And, yeah, mate, hopefully he'll get out here and see how it goes because the Supercharged Outlaw's already done one pass today. G'day, Chris Manx. Hope to see you down here at Easter time, mate. If you're not doing anything else, bring that beautiful little orange machine down here. Be great to see you back down here at Easter time, mate. Not putting any pressure on it, but would be lovely to see you and your family back down here in Mildura again, mate. Craigie. G'day, buddy. Red light. Too much. Too much. Shay O'Halloran, good to see you popping in, honey. Nothing's happened. We're just doing a bit of track maintenance, that's all. We'll be back up and racing very, very soon. I see a nice big full moon out there, so we're getting a full lunar tonight. Nice big orange moon coming out for us to have a little bit of sunshine, a bit of sun and moonlight here. Just panning around now, having a look at the sunset here at Mildura. It's fantastic here. The sunset strip looks absolutely stunning out there at the west and the southwesterly skies here over Mildura. When you see this place, you'll know why it's called the Sunset Strip. We get the best sundowns here.
Hey, Jace. Yeah. So what's it about a 10-second delay? Huh? 3 seconds delay. Jace said, all right, sorry. You want to speak to him? You want to speak to him? Yeah. You've been on the field. Yeah. Hey, Jason Keeley, how you going, mate?
Okay, we'll be back up and running just in a couple of seconds. They're just finishing off the bit of track maintenance, etc. Just to clear it up too, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Evans is okay. I might have sounded like I might have built him up a little bit there like that. Mike Evans is okay, ladies and gentlemen. He talking to him a little bit earlier today. Look, Mike is in good condition. He wasn't feeling too flash a couple of days ago, but he's coming back. So, yeah, I hope I haven't upset anyone or given her the wrong impression or anything like that. But I spoke to Mike earlier today. Hi, Chris Lee Hunt. Yeah, I've just tried to clear all that up for everyone. Just g'day, Ryan, Billing and Tessa down there in Tasmania. Great to see you. I just heard that you are watching in on us, mate, and having a good time. Hope your little darling little Talia, she's a gorgeous little kid. Hope she's well to it, and you are all having a great time down there in Tassie. And, mate, next time we come down there, I think we might have to go back to that oyster patch too. That was fantastic. Narelle Hunter, yes, we will be doing a pit walk tomorrow. We will put that up on our Facebook site for you. We'll put that up on the Facebook site for you early in the morning to let you know, probably an hour beforehand. Be certainly up on Sporting Scribe, Drag Racing Central, and it'll be on my Facebook site too, just Alan Ward. So you'll see that up. And, yeah, look, we love doing the pit walk. We have a good laugh with everyone. We find out what's going, if they've had any trouble with the car, bike, etc. like that, or how they're going, how they're feeling, etc. like that, and, you know, what they hope to achieve today or tomorrow in their racing. And plus a little bit of an insight and just what's going on, where they've been, what they're doing and what they're doing in the future. And the pit walk to us is a great way of just opening up and actually showing who our stars are of the show. You know, last week we were just, it was a ripper meeting. We had the top fuel cars here. We had a really good mate of ours here, and Philip Lamartine, a fantastic guy. We had the Reed family, Santos cars here. Shibris was here. It was just a fantastic weekend. But we mustn't forget, it's nice to have all the top fuel cars here, but when we look at it, our Sportsman series here, there's a lot of stars there too. And I must say, every one of them in my books is a star and a champion. And, you know, not everyone gets a prize, but in our books, everyone does get a prize. So that's one thing we love about the Sportsman series too. And we'll be talking to all them through talking to as many as we can through our pit walks tomorrow. Narelle, I couldn't get red frogs today, but I got, they're now called cheekies, the little chocolate babies. And we had ripe raspberries, but I couldn't get red frogs today, so hopefully they'll make a return to the next meeting. But the normal thing is everyone comes up and with a big smile on face, grabs themselves a lolly and goes back, and, you know, it's all about having fun. It's all about taking the pressure off the racing, etc. like that, and just about having a little bit of fun with the with everyone. Just giving the track a good hit with the spray at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. Just throwing the weed killer all over it. Things are looking good too. The beautiful evening here. The track under lights now just looks spectacular. With me on the microphone now is Shane Walker, Australia's modified bike #1. G'day, Shane-o. How are you, buddy?
Good, thanks, Al. Yourself? Hello, everybody.
Mate, good run today, a 004 on the lights.
Yeah, I've changed the bike, the air gap in the clutch, and because my lights have been atrocious of late, so yeah, we'll see how we go with that. It looks like it's working.
Your 004 was a good run. And, mate, your major sponsor is Penrite, I believe, mate.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to have Penrite with me for 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah.
So
You're chasing Kenny Stewart's 29-year feet, are you?
I've got a little while to go. I've
Couple
been in
of
bloody
seasons.
nursing home by then. Yeah.
And
No.
you're enjoying it as much as you've been before?
Not COVID notwithstanding.
No, that really put a damper on everything. But
Yeah.
racing itself like that, mate, you were just over the moon last year when you got your gold tree.
Oh, I was ecstatic. That was a dream come true.
Yeah. And then a couple of years before, you won the Phil Parker Trophy down in Portland and everything, mate. So everything's coming together for you. You've got a beautiful wife who supports you beautifully.
Yeah, don't say too much. You're not going to head out the caravan door. you blew her up last weekend pretty well.
You're beautiful, honey. You are. And don't listen to this bloke.
I hope she hasn't got the live feed.
Yeah, well, she'll be able to hear it, mate, because we're live out on the track here too at the moment. Just got a couple of cars coming up. We've got Elby Brakanovich and Leon Davies. Leon coming out in the big Chevrolet Camaro. He'll come into lane 1. The Burson's Auto Part lane 1, and in lane 2, Elby Brakanovich, and he's in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Lots of revs on board, wasn't there?
A lot of revs there. Look, his first pass, he lit him up on the lights there as he left. You could see just a lot of tyre spin, and so normally it's always a big burnout from Leon to get a lot of heat. They're big tyres on the back of that car. I reckon this thing looks fabulous. This is a satin black Monte Carlo. Looks really good. The Elby Brakanovich car.
The track's got a bit of bite tonight too, Al.
Yes,
I noticed they're trying to get the bike into stage, so these guys should hook up tonight, and even the Supercharged Outlaws should hook up pretty well.
Yes, well, I just watched your last solo pass. You didn't back off or anything like that. You looked relaxed actually rolling it into stage, so that was good.
There's nothing like a solo for relaxing you.
Here we go, see how they go. Oh, look at this, still lights them up. Both cars throwing legs at the end there. Now Davies gets a 0.46 and a 6.77 for Elby, but an 0.46 for Leon. And then when you look at the difference, a 1.5 because of the wheel spin to a 1.1 at the 60 foot for Elby. So Leon, a lot of wheel spin and a 1.5 at the 60. He runs through on a 6.11 and a 5.094 at 131 mile an hour for Elby in the Monte Carlo. Look at these cars there. We've got Kevin McIver now on another beautiful Pontiac, and in lane 1 we've got Nicole Theo, and she's out in the Chevrolet Camaro. And Zoe McIver, mate, she was here last week driving Dad Shoot. First race meeting.
Ran. She had a ball.
She had a ball. She did not lose all night and took home the trophy in her first race meeting. So the pressure's on for Dad now.
I mean, that thing would have been as consistent as all get out, but still, what a way to go.
But
and
see,
that thing of Alby's in that last pass, did you just see it squat and hook?
Yep. Yeah, the downforce on the car is brilliant.
I like the blue.
The Camaro.
Camaro.
Gorgeous, isn't it? And you notice in the light,
It's gone purple.
yeah, it changes colour as you go into the evening, and the brighter the lights get of a night, the better the car, or not better, it just changes.
Yeah.
But look at the style, the retro style on Kevin's car. I reckon that looks beautiful too. The City Concrete car down there.
Looks a lot like a Wedlock Pro Stock paint job, doesn't it?
Similar, very similar, the red and whites. Here we go, just rolling up now. Pre-stage for both cars, full stage for Nicole. Had a little bit of a level start there. They might have to get the standards out on that car. Just had a little bit of a
bad, right?
Yeah, look, a 770 for her, but a 492 wasn't a quick light, as you say. He still runs through at a 5.1 at 129, and Nicole runs through at a 670. So she didn't have a really good run. Her first run was something to forget, but it's just probably a little bit of a tuning problem or something like that, just annoying. Vlado Turek coming through now, ladies and gentlemen.
That's another pretty car too.
Yes. Oh, mate, for a little Nissan with the big block he's got in it. We've got a few people watching us. Vince Shepherd is watching. Timmy Parker is watching us down from south coast of Portland. So we've had a fair few people. We've got Anne Mandel from Denmark watching us. Annie Jorgensen, she watches us religiously. Gorgeous lady. A good photographer over there. I've seen some of the photos she puts on her site from Santa Pod.
Oh, speaking of photography, Frosty put me under the pump the other week at Eefkert.
Did he?
Yeah, I only want a panning shot and a burnout shot. Do you know how many years it's been since I photographed live? I cheated.
Did you?
I used to motor drive. I don't usually, but I did last that week.
Why not? Why not?
I said I've got to get something for him. So.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a back out here. Vlado's been backed out, so there must be a bit of a problem with the car. Hopefully nothing dramatic.
Can't see anything on the track, and it doesn't look like there's anything underneath
Looks like he's being pushed now out of the stage, so what a shame that is. Hopefully it's something simple, you know, something that can be fixed in 2 or 3 minutes type of thing.
I tell you who we haven't seen yet today is Mike Evans.
No, Mike will come out.
Did he?
Mike will come out. Yeah.
Oh, the car's covered
We
up.
might turn your microphone on. How's that? So
That'll help.
Yeah, we can hear you through Sporting Scribe, but the people can't. They're probably thinking, who the hell is Sporting talking
No one important.
No, I wouldn't say that, mate. You're Australia's #1. Yeah, Corey Reed and his Pontiac. Look, Mike was just dehydrated through the week and everything. Yeah, and I hope I didn't alarm too many people, but Mike's been dehydrated through the week. He's taken it nice and easy so that he can compete. He's using his brains, you know. He's going with caution. And as you do, you know, when you feel a little bit below the weather, you like to get better before you go out and pull the boots on. Isn't that a smart looking car? I like the retro style of the finish on that too. It's got 3 colours, the blue, white and the purple. Yeah, another Pontiac. Just purged the system then. Rudy's got that very, very quick Falcon with the 5.7 Chevrolet in it. And it's a registered car on the road that he runs quite often. And he also, I think he bought Bradley Hicks's old rail.
Too much time on his hands. That's a good line, 064.
Oh, that's a good run too. Look at this, he's done 570 at 122.
It didn't look that quick, did it? It was nice and smooth.
Getting the handle. Yeah. He started getting the handle on it because there's not much Rudy he doesn't race. He's got an off-road race car. He's got a couple of drag cars, and there'll be something else he'll have hidden in the shed too.
He's as bad as Archie Fabian. He's got the sprint car, the drag bike, the top fuel bike, and a boat, I think.
Probably, yeah. Here we go. We're going into top fuel. We're going into Supercharged Outlaws now. David Thornton had a few problems with the car last week. Timmy Stewart's given him some back wheels to try that. Dave came past before and reckons that some of the problems is sorted. Now it's just teething, so he'll see how it goes. But Tim Stewart's passed today, very quick, 157 mile an hour on his first pass. His little grandson over in London, Hunter, is watching us at the moment. So he'll be happy. Hunter's watching this car with glee because he knows in about 18 years
it's going to be his.
He'll be driving it. He'll be driving it at Santa Pod or something like that.
I'm going to have to run because I've got to go and crew for
All right,
Gordon
buddy.
and
Look, thanks for coming up, mate.
Thanks,
Good
Al.
luck for the whole weekend.
go to.
Hopefully, mate, you're leading the points too at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, then I just got to get to Perth.
Good on you, mate.
See you, mate.
Good luck. Thanks to Shane Walker, ladies and gentlemen, Australia's #1 in mod bike. Right, Supercharged Outlaws, ladies and gentlemen. David Thornton coming up. Neil Marlborough's back on. Shane O'Halloran. Elby 607, I think it was. Yes. Oh, look at this. Just another tough Alton, and there's beautiful little stang of Timmy Stewart's. Tim and Susie Stewart, little hunter. There goes Nanny. And you'll see Grandpa driving the car back in a second as he brings it back in. Look at that beautiful Alton over there of Dave Thornton. Young Rod Sparrow push back. Look at the flames popping out of that car on the left bank there. Beautiful at night when you see the flames popping out of these cars. Susie just running up beside the car there so that Tim can see her, because that supercharger on top of that engine is just a very, very big thing to look around. The boys on the track doing a fabulous job keeping it clean. Yeah, Bradley Hicks has just written in a yes, he did, mate. He did buy the rolling chassis. That's right. He's got it hidden somewhere in his shed. There'll be something going into it, something quick. Right, just looking back at our Supercharged Outlaws here. We've got the stang of Tim Stewart in lane 2, a 157 mile an hour pass earlier today. Dave Thornton, let's hope that his problem solving has come to the thing. Here we go. Tim Stewart. Oh, look at this, a 435 at 159 mile an hour. Well done, Timmy Stewart. An 044 on his reaction now. Dave gets one, a 146, does a 1019 on the thing. Runs short at 880, but idles it out. The car got the bounces, so they are now looking at the tyre marks on the track to work out what they can do to alleviate this problem. The car is getting a lot of bounce on the track. Now, this has been going on. This is something that's been annoying them for a long time. So hopefully they can get this problem solved very, very quickly.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
That's hilarious. Speed burn, Nicole Theo, 6.64.
That's good. Thank you. I'm glad you're okay.
Right, next pairing in the Supercharged Outlaws are Sean Kirkman. Hopefully Sean, the fire went out on the car after he's burnt out on his first attempt here tonight. Hopefully they got that little problem solved. And Shane Baxter rolling out in this immaculate little rail. Really smart looking little car. Now Tim Stewart's funny car is a 628 cubic inch Chevrolet. And it's a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet engine, big block Chevrolet in the altered of David Thornton. Now, we'll see what Sean Kirkman in Pontiac and Shane Baxter comes out very, very soon in this beautiful little Oakley rail. Nicole Theo coming back with Josh and Craig Baker and Chris Theo in the car there. Beautiful looking little Camaro. That changes colour in the night. Jason Wilson just having a lean over the fence there. G'day Jace, how are you, bud?
There you go. Do we have a guard here?
G'day Steve Cassie, how are you? Right, Kirkman and Baxter, next pairing. The boys are just walking off the track. It's great. The crew do a fabulous job keeping their eyes out on the track, looking for anything and everything, keeping the track as safe as possible. And it's a good track tonight too. Tim Stewart certainly proved that. 157 and a 159 mile an hour pass. Hope everyone is enjoying the live streaming via Sporting Scribe and via Drag Race Central. Just watching these cars back up now. That gorgeous little, love the upswept headers on this car, how it comes out and points at the wing. It's not a big block engine, but by gee, it brings the revs up quickly. And look at that giant big hat hanging out at the front of the car there of Sean Kirkman's over in lane 1. Pontiac Firebird of Kirkman, and the rail, I'll find out what kind of rail this is, of Shane Baxter. The car ran as an he ran as an altered for many years and then put this engine into a rail, and it was a very quick little altered, 199 mile an hour pass at Swan Hill. That was on the quarter mile, so not on the 8th. Kirkman goes straight through, throws the washing out at the other end, 532 and 136. And unfortunately for Shane Baxter, blew a blower belt off the car here, just a couple of feet near the 60. Now the boys have picked up the blower belt. Hopefully it hasn't done any damage to the car, just a blown belt, that's all. But Sean Kirkman's first run, he'll be happy with that. Bit slow on his reaction, but that's something he can sort out. 379. 182 on the reaction there for Shane Baxter. Sean Kirkman, 128 on the 60. 3.5 on the half track. 532, 136 miles an hour. Something to work with.
Me a little bit more than a drink. Yeah. They should both be in one line. And after the main compact, I'm going to slap them both.
Next pairing, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Vince Montleone out there. Vince Monty in the HD. And in the custom line, we have got Mark Hunt out there. G'day, Alec Berrius. Great to see you popping in for a look, mate. Getting ready for a launch. Here we go. Both cars coming up in this. Look at here we go. Side by side. Here we go. What a pass. 4.39 for Mark Hunt. Great one for Vince Motti. 1.98. Vince goes through on a 5.33 at 133. And Mark catches him at the other end on a 4.90 at 1.43 mile an hour. Great race. Fantastic race from these two gentlemen. Dave Curtis watching all the way from Ballarat. Thanks, Dave, for popping in and saying g'day, mate. Gordon Crawford and Phil Payton coming up now. Phil Payton did a 5.28 before. That is under the national record. Let's see what Phil can do now. Or let's see if Gordon can do something too and take it under the national record. It's 5.28. Competition motorcycle. Gordon Crawford, 74, 75 years old now. Still riding and still loving and still enjoying motorcycling. He's up against Phil Payton, two blokes, two guys from the Wild Wild West. And g'day to everyone over in the Wild Wild West. Oh, look at the flames popping out from this supercharged bike. Oh, Crawford, unfortunately, he gets a bullet through there. We've got a 5.510 and a 5.008 on a red light. For Gordon Crawford, 5.00 on a red light, 138.95, and a 5.510 at 130.53 mile an hour for Phil Payton. It's a 1000cc Suzuki, or the GSR Suzuki, and the Kawasaki Z12, 1288cc bike of Gordon Crawford. Now, Crawford goes short of 5.008, but unfortunately it's a red light. Next pairing, Nathaniel Mackay. Kaz HQ. Hey baby, how you going, honey? Brendan Raymer, hello from Brizzy. G'day mate, still got wet feet up there. Hope you haven't. Hope you weren't affected too much. Right, next pairing, Nathaniel Mackay out there in lane one. Nathan Kay, and here he is, Jake Hamilton, past Australian Bod Bike champion. See how they go. Oh, both bikes, better pass. Better launch. He goes short of 5.69, 119 mile an hour on an 0.38 reaction. Jake goes short on 0.65, 5.76, 123.75 mile an hour. Wow, these bikes are really going. The cool air of the evening has come in fantastic. Kazzy HQ, I hope your health is perfect for you, sweetheart. Lee Donaldson coming up now in Super Comp. He's up against David Roberts. Now David in the twin turbocharge, a hairdryer for each head on this bike, on this machine. And Lee Donaldson coming up in the VUSS Commodore, running a small block engine. Listen to this thing rev. Listen to both these cars rev. Lee ran a Chevrolet Camaro in Super Street for many years. Glad to see, Brendan, that you didn't sustain any damage up there too, mate. And we are only so happy to bring the live feed out to you, put a bit of brightness into your life after the lousy weather and things that happened up there in Brisbane. To everyone else in Brisbane, we send our love and very best to everyone up there who was affected by the weather and the floods, and sincerely hope that they come back. Well, they will. They're Australians. They'll come back bigger and stronger. We know they will, because we are a tough person. Right, next pairing. Look at these two hot rods out here. Lee Donaldson out there. Still won't give me his car. Lousy bugger. His Chevrolet Camaro I'm talking about. Dave Roberts out here in the twin turbo rail. Just love these two things. They just rev like mad. Backed it out on the way through. Now Lee Donaldson runs through on a 622 at 109 mile an hour. No 51 reaction, so good reaction for Lee. A 129 reaction there for Dave, but something happened and it puffed a little bit of blue out of the right bank on the turbo. So they're just going to wander down the track and just have a quick look to see if it didn't throw any oil or anything like that on the track. So the boys are being really vigilant as per usual. Liz Johns from Western Australia has just sent the best wishes to all our competitors from Western Australia. So thanks, Liz. She's just knocked off work and come in. And she's sending all her love and all her best wishes to all the people from the wild, wild west. Great. Thanks, Liz. Great to see you dropping in. Next car. Looks like it might be a solo pass for Adrian Vella. Now, this little Cobalt, this is a rocket, this. It looks fantastic. The presentation of the car is just amazing. Sean Ages was having a bit of a play with it this afternoon. We had a bit of a wander through the pits just saying g'day everyone. It's spreading the love as we do. We'll be doing a pit walk too, a live stream tomorrow on the pit walk. So we will let you know via Sporting Scribe and Drag Race Central. And I'll do it through my Facebook too. Just have a look in the morning on my Facebook and Mark's. We'll let you know when our pit walk will be done. So we're going to introduce a couple of people, say good day to a couple, have a just walk around and have a good time like we normally do. We are here at the Sunset Strip in Mildura, the beautiful Sunset Strip. The night has come full black. We've got a full moon up on the sky there. It looks fantastic. The sun has dropped below. The lights are shining. The cars are shining. The people are smiling, and we're drag racing and having a fabulous time. And anyone watching through on our live stream, thank you for watching in on our live stream. And thank you for all the competitors, supporters, families and crews here who've come to this Twilight Nationals here at Mildura for this weekend. And thank you to Summit Motorsports and Andrea, St Razor Drag Racing Association, all our great sponsors, Fulton Hogan, Burson's Auto Part, Max Cranes, Charlie's Engineering, Monty Electrical, Coates Hire, CPM, Steve Power, Audi Sound, Clean Away. Thank you to all our sponsors for continually jumping on board and backing this fantastic club and this fantastic track. Adrian Vella just rolling it up into stage. Here we go. I love this thing. It revs like mad. It'll give a good launch. Just backing him out, just a computer glitch up here. We'll get that sorted out. Burnt rubber and the smell of methanol. Good philosophy there, Brendan Raymer. Well done, mate. Getting back down onto the track, there's a little Cobalt now. They're just getting it set to roll it in. We'll be starting reasonably early tomorrow afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a look at your program, we'll be doing a pit walk for all the people watching through Sporting Scribe and through Drag Race Central. We'll be doing that possibly around about lunchtime, etc. Once I talk to Mark a little bit later, we'll get that all sorted out for everyone. And we'll put that on. It's always a lot of fun. As I said before, we walk through the pits, we get to have a chance to talk to people while they're relaxing, while they're looking at the car, fixing the bike, doing whatever they need to do, doing their service, etc. like that. We just have a little bit of fun with them, and you do get the insight and actually see the real stars of the show here in the sportsman class. And as I said before, they're all champions. They're all champions in my book. They come out here, they do their hard earned, they have a good time drag racing, and we get to see our drag racing family again. And it's just great to turn up at a track every week or every 2 weeks or something, see your friends again, go back to your normal life, earn a quid, buy some groceries, and then come back up to drag racing a couple of weeks later and just enjoy all the time. Right, Adrian Vella has been pushed out for a second. I'm not sure what happened there. Anyway, we're moving straight on. We've got George Virelius and Michael Jennings now. Mike Jennings in the Exterminator, which is the FJ Holden down here, running a 202 with a supercharger on it. Mike and George Virelius out there in a Commodore. We are running 8th mile here at Mildura. And 8 miles, all we've got here at Mildura, the 200 metres, is a great little track. Oh, Mike Jennings jumps forward. We are having a problem with the lights here. Just having a little bit of fun with the lights at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just get this sorted out. G'day, Bronny Elliott. How are you? Now, I just got a call here from Brendan Raymer. How do I get a job at the track? It would be my dream job. I'd set up a tent, etc. like that. Mate, all you've got to do is contact your local club. Have a look on their Facebook site. Now, I believe you are up in Brisbane, so you could try the boys at Willowbank and just contact them on their Facebook site or anything like that, like we asked to do with every meeting we go to. Contact them, find out what you can do. You can become a track walker or something like that, or whatever. Pit steward or whatever, bracket marshal, or even help out on a gate or something like that. There's always different jobs that everyone can do at a track for anyone. So, mate, all you've got to do is just contact your closest club and they would meet you with open arms to get you to come and help, mate. We're always looking for drag racing officials. And you're right, Brendan, it is a dream job. It's something we all love doing. It's something we all volunteer to do too. It takes up time in your life, but mate, the people you meet along the way is just absolutely amazing. That's right, Mark Biffin, just exactly what I said, mate. You meet a fantastic bunch of people when you come to tracks and everything. Wes White is watching. G'day, Wesy White. How are you, buddy? But when you come to tracks, you meet blokes like Wes White. I met Wes down at Portland. We spoke on the microphone together for a meeting and had a bloody absolute ball. Last week, I met another commentator by the name of Matt Kavanagh, who was a ripper of a guy. And hopefully, our commentary showed through last week how much of a good time we were having. And for anyone who wants to become an official, please contact the club. If there is no track around or something like that, have a look on the Andrew website and have a look where your closest thing. Even contact Andrew. They would be only too happy to put you onto a club or get you to help out in some way or something like that to get into drag racing of some particular type. Even if you're a competitor. We need competitors constantly. We also need volunteers constantly too. So if you want to get into drag racing, like I said, find your closest club and see what you can do for them. Just getting these lights sorted out, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back very, very soon. Thank you, Narelle, for your compliment there on on Drag Race Central. I enjoyed Matt Kavanagh, his commentary, and he was a pleasure to work with, and just an absolute gentleman. Yeah, Bradley Hicks, yeah, good one. Start a bracket for ATVs. Good on you, mate. Yeah, look, they're running up and down, just checking the lights and everything like that. We've had a few bugs jump in all over the sensors and everything. And moths at night, mate, you know what they're like. Thank you, Tony Tedesco, mate. I have a hard enough time getting me hat on now, mate. There's no need to do that. My head will get bigger. Thank you very much. And Narelle, thank you very much too. Yeah, look, I love drag racing. I'm a fanatic about it. My first meeting, I met Jim Reed last weekend here, and he was one of the reasons that got me into drag racing or got the addiction going. Jim did 223 miles an hour in the Chesterfield Rail at the 72 Spring Nationals, and I was just hooked. And I got to meet him last weekend and had a good time and a good laugh with him and everything. Yeah, nice guy too. Andrew Morgan missing the action. SSA 1926 will be back. Good on you, Andrew. Kane Wilson, hey, Kano, how are you, buddy? Good to see you trackside. Shane, why don't we use the, Shane Blackmore, why don't we use the old arm drop? Yeah, that's good fun doing that. We actually have done that a couple of times. But here, I don't think we can actually do it on an Australian round. So, mate. Right, looks like we're back into it. Two cars on the track at the moment. George Varelius in the little Commodore in lane 1, and Mike Jennings, and that car does look spectacular under lights. All cars look spectacular under lights too. Launch, both cars there. Mike gets one, an 076 and a 201 there for George Varelius. Mike goes through on a 7009 at 95 mile an hour, great pass, and a 722 at 93.90 miles an hour. G'day, Wizzy White. Yeah, mate, it was a lot of fun in the tower at Port. And there was lots of lollies. You're right there, mate. We had a good time. We've got lots of lollies here too. Luke Davis, yeah, we could try and do that for you, mate. Leave you a red frog somewhere. G'day, Jenny Gledhill. Great to see you dropping in too, sweetie. It was great to see you last weekend. Right, we are ready. Look at this. We're ready to go. Nicholas Karanovich, ladies and gentlemen, and Deb O'Connell. Deb in the blue Sonic down there, and Nicholas in the Barracuda. Both cars coming up into full stage now. Oh, Nick, another red light. Deb gets one at 231. His car grows legs. Look at it. She goes through on a 738 at 102 mile an hour. So I tell you what, gee, she's consistent. That's fantastic, that. Nick, 758, 91 mile an hour. But I tell you what, Deb, she is getting very, very consistent. Keep holding that, love, and you'll go to the top. Good on you. Tony Antonino and the S-Series Valiant out there in lane 1, the Burson's Auto Parts lane. Kylie O'Connell in the little Muttley. She's in the Fulton Hogan lane too. We love our sponsors because they love us. The Max Cranes Equipment Hire. Look at this, off they go. Kylie O'Connell, a red light, unfortunately. Tony Antonino, 048, great reaction. He goes through on a 7158 95. Tony's going to be a happy man. 743 at 90 mile an hour for Muttley. Just a little bit on the lights, that's all. Lucky we're in qualifying so that she can sort that out before we go into eliminations tomorrow night. Henry Spisak coming up next. He's in the black ute in lane 1, the Burson's Auto Parts lane. And Tex Griffith, pardon me, in the big Plymouth. Look at this. What a rocket. Beautiful big muscle car. Love the slope on the roof. Big two-door, big coupe. Side-by-side shotguns out through the front. The Plymouth Satellite. Both cars just rolling slowly forward, getting themselves up towards the lines. Tex has got his wheels in the first beam in pre-stage. Henry just slowly rolling up there. Henry will pop in now into his pre. Both cars getting ready, just rolling slowly forward in. They don't want to go too deep, don't want a deep stage. Oh, unfortunately for Henry, he has red lighted there, gone on an 048 in the wrong side tree. Good one for Tex. He's done an 099 on the right side, runs down on a 674 at 102 and a 79 at 93 miles an hour there for Henry. Rocky Caminiti coming up next. And Dom Lanciana, Dom in the, look at this, both cars really putting on a smoke show out here at the moment. Caminiti gets a nice burn right past the 60-footer. That's Dom Lanciana. Now, Dom, the current Kent's Group Memorial champion from last week. My mate Stewie Mitchell, home. Mate, you could not be here. I know you love your drag racing and everything like that, but you love your wife just as much, mate. So you make sure she's okay, Stewie, and our thoughts are with you, buddy. Once she gets rid of this horrid COVID and everything like that, mate, you can come back out and play. Stewie was coming up with me. Just looking at this, 132 for Dom Lanciana and 096 for Rocky. Rocky runs through on a 758 at 99 and a 755 at 89 mile an hour. Yeah, Stewie's had to stay home because his wife was positive to COVID, so now they've got to isolate for the 5 to 7 days. But don't worry, Stu will be back. Next pairing, Julian Semler and Craig Ferguson. Craig in the utility in the Fulton Hogan lane 2. Julian in the beautiful little VK, nice red VK in lane 1. This would be, I think, their third qualifier for tonight. Craig Ferguson, red light. Unfortunately, Julian Semler, red light also. Biggest red light goes to Ferguson. He goes through 724 for Semler on 94 mile an hour and an 8.112 at 87 miles an hour for Craig Ferguson. Just having a few questions come through. Now, we had a Top Fuel meeting last weekend. It's the first time a Top Fuelers have been to a regional track to run around at the Australian Championship. So they don't run here all the time. The previous meeting, previous time was that 2 demonstration runs from Lamatou Top Fuel 6 years ago. Dutchy Holland coming up now in the satin black. Beautiful little 1-ton utility. Good looking car here. Plenty of vents for heat dispersal in the bonnet. Dutchy leaning up, bringing up nicely, leaning on it. Go Dutch. Good launch on 039. Straight down the centre of the lane. Good pass here for Dutchy Holland. Runs through on a 7159 at 95 mile an hour. Great reaction too, mate. 039 and a 158 on his 60. Paul Jennings, Fatty Jennings coming up in the little Chevrolet Nova now. Paul Jennings, Fatty. Oh, nice launch for Fatty. Gets the wheels up and a 113 on the reaction. Runs through nicely on a 7068 at 95 miles an hour. Right, going back into our juniors, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Lyra Cardam coming in, a Toddy Wagner. Now Todd coming into lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane. And in lane 1, Burson's Auto Parts, we've got a Cardum. As I said before, two of these little cars. Nice long yellow and black car over there of a Cardum. It's got the little wing on the back there and little Todd Wagner here. Now, Alira, I think, is running A-class dragster. Yeah, A-class AJD and C-class dragster. So her time is no better than 8. She can't go any faster than 8 seconds. Todd's time in C-class junior dragster is 12 seconds. That's his index, we could say. Run any faster than that, they get disqualified. They're not supposed to run anything faster than that until they get a little bit older. The junior dragsters, ladies and gentlemen, are our future in sport. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some food down here. Ziggy's and the cafeteria straight behind the tower here are sitting there, so they've got hot food and cold drinks and such like that. Some great coffee, great iced coffees down there at Ziggy's. So go down, grab yourself something to eat. This evening, 009 from the Lyric Card. That's probably been about the best reaction time all night for anyone all through the night on 009 and 083 for Todd, so a good one there. Todd goes through on a 12.25 at 53 mile an hour and an 8.12 at 77 miles an hour for Alira, but I reckon that's probably about the best we've had tonight in reaction was the 009. Yeah, look, Ziggy's, ladies and gentlemen, there is no crowd there at the moment, so you can slip down to Ziggy's, grab yourself something to eat. And the cafeteria is going to there, so if you want something to eat, rip over and see the cafeteria. Don't be scared. It's only money. We can go back to work on Monday and earn some more. Go and try the iced coffees. Go and try the iced coffees. They are beautiful. And the hot chocolates are very popular too. And the hot dogs at the cafeteria. Let's put a challenge up. Eat 2 hot dogs now and see if you can eat another 2 hot dogs in half an hour. Go on. Rip over and see Trev. Right, Mason Cookle coming up now. He is in lane 1, the Burson's Auto Part lane 1. And in lane 2, we've got Sophia Cookle. She's in the Fulton Hogan lane. Little Miss Attitude. A 120 for Mason. Look at this, an 078 there for little Sophia. Great pass, both kids. Who's going to take the line? And Sophia takes the line on a 12.54 at 50 miles an hour and a 13.28 for Mason. Whoa. Hey, how's that, Lauren Cookle? One for the girl. Shantaya Carter coming up now, Brody Zapier. Brody from the Wild Wild West. And Shantaya, this gorgeous little lady. You should see the hairstyle on this young lady. She has got coloured plaits and looks fantastic. Both cars rolling in there. Shantaya Cardam, she is out in lane 1. Robbie Cardam over there just setting the car up right for her. Brody Zappia coming down. Richard and Leah from all the way from the Wild Wild West. Just these cars don't have reverse gear, so the gearbox in these, the reverse gear is called Mum and Dad. These are quick little machines off the run too. Just get a little bit of a heat into the tyres. A C-Class Dragster for Shantaya. She's in the 12-second mark there. And an A-Class Dragster for Brody. He is in seconds. Both cars are coming up into the lights. There we go, the tree. All red light for Broad. A 144 for Shantaya. Very quick pass there for Brody too. Look at this, a 7.99.6 at 82 mile an hour. And Shantaya goes short of 12.8 at 49 miles an hour. So well done, Shantaya. Good pass for Brody, but well done, young Shantaya in her first season of drag racing too. Cooper Plummer coming up on the Flame in Aussie now, and Nathaniel Cookle will come up in Mum's Nightmare. B-Class Dragster at the 860 for Cooper Plummer, and B-Class for 860 at Nathaniel Cookle also. Good, mate. Big thanks to the cafeteria too for supplying us with food tonight. It's been absolutely delicious. And rip down there and see them at the cafeteria. The food's great, the service is great, and they're lovely people down there. So if you're still hungry, just go down there anyway. Right, here we go, kids just rolling up their coupe out in lane 1 and Nathaniel in lane 2. Away they go. 259 for Cooper and a 062 for Nathaniel. This is going to be a good drag race between these two kids. Nathaniel gets across the line first on a 9044 at 71 mile an hour. Coupe goes through on an 890, just a little bit quick at 74 mile an hour. But due to reaction times and 60 footers, Nathaniel and half track, Nathaniel led all the way and got there first. Next pairing, Sarah Osborne. She'll come out in lane 1 to Burson's Auto Part lane. Aidan Lanciana, he'll come out to Fulton Hogan lane 2. Beautiful evening here at Mildura. We've got a full moon over the track. The lights are shining all the way down the track. The place looks beautiful. We had a fantastic weekend here last weekend with the fuel cars and with the Ken Scroop Memorial. the Harry Hole shot. We just had a lot of fun. And now this week we're back here with the Andrew Championship and Summit Sportsman Series Australian Championship round here at the Twilight Nationals at Mildura on a beautiful Friday evening here. Where else would you rather be? It has just gone 20 past 9 in Victoria, and it's absolutely stunning out here at the moment. So thanks everyone for coming and travelling from all over Australia to come and race here. And also thanks to everyone who's sitting at home in the other states and overseas watching us on Sporting Scribe and on Drag Race Central. We love doing this, as you well know. And we love producing and supporting and promoting our Sportsman Series worldwide. Next pairing, Sarah Osborne in lane 1, Aidan Lanciana in lane 2. Aidan was here last weekend, was runner-up in the juniors, and then his dad went one better and won the Cairns Group Memorial. So I dare say there'd be a little bit of competition between son and daddy. So you can take the trophy home this weekend. There was one thing about last weekend too. The racing was brilliant. There was reaction time and thousandths of a second between winner and runner-up. Both cars just coming up very, very slowly. We've got in pre-stage there for Sarah. She's over there in lane 1. What a flash-looking little hot rod that one is. And Aidan's just in the bone white colour here with the writing and a single black stripe going down either side of the cow. Just looks brilliant. The way that they've set them up, the way that they've got all their writing on them. Little GT stripe here, little flash there, just looks brilliant. And they're away. An 0.62 for Sarah and an 0.53 for Aidan. They go across the line there the other way. 7.96 and 81 miles an hour for Sarah, and a 9.1 at 71 miles an hour for Aidan Lanciana. So great race from those two. 0.62, 0.63. Now Sarah had a great 60-foot. They're 1.6. Aidan's 60-footer was a 2.01. Half track 49.90 and a 57.7. So a little bit of a difference there for the two kids, but you know, going over the other end there like that, 91 for 71 mile an hour and a 790 at 81 mile an hour, 10 mile an hour the difference on 1 second. So fantastic little car, these juniors. Right, next we're going into Supercharged with an index of 6.3. We've got Robbie Bergman out there in lane 1. In the Angry Valiant, and in the beautiful Chevrolet Roadster, the Corvette Roadster, we've got Graham Spencer out here. Now 6.3 is the index that these cars run on, so this is good. I think Robbie just goes flat out. He's got his car set up for around about the 6.3s anyway. And Coop will use a throttle stop to a second. There we go. It doesn't last for long. Look at this, this will be a good one. A red light there for Spence. With 220 reaction for, oh, look at this, 220 reaction and a 6.300 run for Rob Bergman. It's going to be hard to beat. Well done, Robbie Bergman. Next pairing, Warren Bull, Colin Griffin. Now Spence broke his beam there like that, so unfortunately no time recorded, but Bergman, index 63000. Rob Bergman runs a 6.3000. I'll tell you what, that'll be hard to beat. Warren Bull, 630 on the reaction on the index. Same with Cole Griffin, 630 here in Supercharged. Nice ones. Oh, a little bit of a veer towards the centre of the track. Then goes Warren Bull. This will be interesting. 003 for the reaction. Oh, it runs a 6.25 for Cole Griffin. 670, plenty of meat in that for Warren Bull and an 098, but a 003 reaction there for Cole Griffin, and he runs through under the index again on a 6.25. 120 mile an hour pass. Great pass. Jason Wilson coming up now. It looks like it might be a solo pass for Jason, the little rock hard little Gemini panel van. Solo pass, no need to take it easy. They will give it everything it got. This is a good, when you're running a solo and everything like that, you haven't got to worry about the other driver or anything like that. All you got to do is just make sure your ritual is right, get your timing right, you go through. He's got a good launch here on a 197. Car running like a dream and runs through on a 6.31.2. Well done. So 6.30.00 was Robbie Bergman. A 6.31.2 was the next best with the rock hard car of Jason Wilson. Mond is watching. G'day, Mond. How are you, sweetie? And hey, Angelo FMU. How are you, buddy? How's Leah and the family, mate? Good to see you tonight. Jaden Kellis is watching. Mark Kellis is meant to be racing Supergas. I think he is watching, so can I remind him to race at the next meeting, please? Mark, you heard that. Good on you, mate. Here we go. Graham Cooper out there in the bricklayer. And he's up against Des Jeffrey in this beautiful couple of Australian classics here, a utility and the bricklayer, the legend in the bricklayer there, Graham Cooper and Des Jeffrey out of Portland. Both cars wheels up. Coop, red light. So does Des Jeffrey, 007 on the wrong side of the trend, and 0012 for Coop. It still runs through at a 65.3 at 103 mile an hour, and a 568, 120 mile an hour for Des Jeffrey. Alex Groyd is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. He's out in the yellow Falcon in lane 1. And here it is, the Mulberry Midnight car, the Camaro of Lance Larkham. G'day, Alex, if you are watching in South Australia. And g'day, Donna, how are you if you're watching in South Australia too? Here's the lad out here in this immaculate Camaro running up against Alex Groyd is out there in the beautiful yellow Falcon. That's an immaculate looking car too, just shining nicely in the light. Both cars just rolling slowly forward into their lights. Round 3 of qualifying. Oh, lifts nicely. Unfortunately for Alex, he gets away a little bit too quick on a red light. The Camaro of Lance Larkin goes through on a 5.57 at 123 mile an hour. 0.46 reaction. 120 on his 60. He'll be happy about that. Alex, unfortunately, a red light, but still runs a 139.60. Goes through on a 6.184 at 114 mile an hour. So just looking at 139 against 123 on the 60 footers. Next pairing, Carl Chevy Taylor out against Charlie Pitt. So this will be interesting. Couple of two-doors. Let's see how big a burnout Charlie does in this. Gets a lot of heat into the tyres. We'll see how Carl Taylor goes. And this one's Chevy Taylor. Both cars lining up nicely here. A couple of classics, the Holden Monaro and the Chevy Bubble Top of Chevy Taylor out there. Charlie Pitt's got the Die Hard Monaro. Still running a big block Chevrolet under the bonnet there and still powering a lot of smoke off those back tyres. Let's see how both these cars run in full stage now, just waiting for Chevy to roll into full. Both cars in, here we go. You can hear the revs, up they go. Oh, Charlie a little bit too quick off the line. Yeah, it's a little bit wobbly down the bottom and there. As Charlie Pitt still runs through on a 613 at 113. Carl Taylor goes through on a 643 at 106 miles an hour. G'day Paulie Turner, Kelvin Hugo. G'day Kelvin Hugo. How are you boys watching? Neil Marlborough's back on too. Good on you, Neil. Chris Lilius and Joe Carbone. Joe and the Comet Farm PGR Engines hot rod out there in lane one. Another little VK Commodore running up against one of the smartest looking little cars ever built was the LH Tirana. Good looking car for a small four-door and go. Right, full stage, both cars goes the tree. Here we go. Oh, look at this. A little bit of a bucking Bronco there for Joe Cabone getting off the line. Tell you what, great pass. He really grew legs in. 634 at 108 there for Joe on an 035 reaction. 063 reaction for Chris Lilius on the Tirana, and he ran a 640 at 106 miles an hour. So great pass for both cars. Here we go. The beautiful HK station wagon there of Benny. Bouncing Benny Phillips out of South Coast. And we got up to the cowboy himself, Gary Vogelsang in a Taboo Chevrolet Camaro. Oh, wheels up both cars. Good launch. Gary Vogelsang, look at that. 6:130. We ran a 6:0 earlier. A 6:57 for Benny at 103. 0:33 reaction for Ben. 0:18 there for Gary Vogelsang. And a 6:130 at 111. So good pass for both cars. Mick Piscaneri coming out in the Tirana in lane one now. Robbie Evans is coming out in the... this is a tough looking car, this big Chrysler Regal hardtop. Good looking beast too, and the all yellow. Little bit of a black on the dam there, and the Perspex bonnet, the Perspex cover on the bonnet just really makes that car look smart. I love the black lining in front of the headlights and everything. And tough machine too, the Rob Evans car. Oh, red light there for Rob. Probably did his 60 footer on his back wheels there. And Mick Piscaneri goes through an 039 reaction. Rob a little bit too quick on the light, still runs through on a 560 to 105. But 039 reaction, a 590 to 118 mile an hour there for Mick Piscaneri. Dave Sultana coming up next. Dave Sultana coming up. Oh, here we go. Ford versus Holden here. Mike Ruin in the little Mark II Cortina up against the LJ Tirana of Dave Sultana. This will be a good run. Wheels up both cars. Dave Sultana a little bit too quick on the line. Mike Ruin. Throw legs and go, mate. Look at that. A 588 at 116, a 630 at 108. But Mike Rowan 010 on the reaction. Fantastic 010. Dave Sultana, unfortunate 081 on the wrong side of the tree. Difference to 60 foot was a 132 against a 139. Not much to talk about, but a big difference. Fantastic run, both cars. Here we go, Robin Phyllis out there in the little LH Tirana. She's running up against, look at this, the blue headlighted blue car, the big 57 Chevrolet of Ned Karanovich out of Adelaide. Both cars just edging forward. Let's see how they go. Track getting better and better and better into the evening. Oh, a nice launch from Robin at 0.24, a 5.44 for Ned. And Robbie runs through nicely, an 0.24 on a reaction, runs through on a 6.45 at 105. 5.44 for Ned on his reaction, runs through at a 6.21 at 112. Pete Zokas coming up now. Long burn on those tyres, right out of the burnout box out to the 60 foot, so he's putting a lot of heat in the tyre. Martin Mirko in this absolutely stunning classic, the Chevrolet Camaro. So what we've got here is an American muscle car versus an Australian muscle car. Both General Motors products in the Holden Tirana and the Chevrolet Camaro. Both cars looking absolutely stunning. The Lost Racing Autos car of Martin Mirko against the Mars Civil car of Pete Zokas. Just rolling up now towards their stage. Just looking at the lights. Pre-stage there for Martin in the Chevrolet. Pre-stage now for Pete in the Tirana. Slowly rolling forward. We are in Super Sedan. We've got the current Australian champion and a past Australian champion out there in Super Sedan. Here we go, both launched. Look at this, side by side down the track. Who's going to take the buggies on this one? Martin Mirko, great pass. 004 for Pete Zokas. What a great pass. I think that's the best reaction for tonight. 0.27 for Martin. He runs a 5.79 at 119. Pete 5.90. So there's 1,000th of a second between them and 2 mile an hour. But the reaction, Pete Zokas, 004. I think that's got to be the best. Lyra Cardham did a 009 earlier, but I think now Pete holds the mantle on the best reaction for the evening. 0.27 for Martin Mirko. Next pairing, Tony Miscali in the Ford Probe. Mark Busher in the black Holden utility, the fantastic one-tonner. Nice big flat deck on the back there. Using that as his downforce wing, we'll say. Nice launch. Look at this. Both cars bullet out of a gate. Tony Miscali growing legs. Bushy goes through nicely too. Runs a 5.55 at 122 and a 5.57 at 121 mile an hour there for Tony Miscali. Hey, look at this. 002 reaction for Tony Miscali. 004 for Bushy. We are getting down to the 000s in a minute. So that is the best pass, best reaction for the night. A 002 from Tony Miscali. Sean McClellan coming up next, the Chevrolet Camaro. He'll go into lane 1. Chris Perugia in lane 2. Chris in the little red LH Tirana hatchback. Let's see what he does this time. Had a massive wheel stand earlier in the night that they seem to have settled the car down and it took a nice start and run. But Sean McClellan, always a tough machine. Big wheels on the backside of this big car. Beautiful shape, the Chevrolet Camaro. Beautiful shape for the little Tirana too. Just looking at this, we've had a few through the night. 004 again just for Bushy, 004 for the Phantom, not early in the night on the bike. 009 for Lyra Cardham. Now we've got a 002 from Tony Miscali. Chris Ferrugia slowly creeping up to the line. Sean McClellan just rolling those big wheels over. Watching these cars just ease into stage. Here we go. Oh, look at this, both wheels up. Chris Ferrugia, red light. McClellan's car just grows legs at 549, 128 mile an hour on an 098 reaction. Quite good there. 1252 on his 60 footer. Now Chris, unfortunately, a red light, 128 on his 60 footer, 571 at 120 mile an hour. So great pass, both cars now. Big 498, nearly a 500 Cuba in the Camaro, and a 406 Chevrolet in the little Tirana hatch. So fantastic car. Vince Arena coming up now. Vince being coached out there by Mike DeRose. Mike doing all the mechanical on it in the Salisbury South car. Good looking car too. The red two-door Chevrolet Nova. Again and doesn't record a time. Modified now, ladies and gentlemen, having a look out here. We've got Craig Baker and young Kenny Stewart. Craig out here in lane 2 in the little blue Dragster up against Kenny Stewart out here in the Fuchs Dragster. Craig twice Australian Championship modified eliminator. Both cars just edging forward, both in the pre-stage now. These boys have raced each other plenty of times. There we go, full stage. Kenny's just to roll in. He does, here we go. Oh, red light this time for Craig Baker. Kenny, oh, both red lights actually. Craig, a big red light there, but Kenny Stewart chases out the back there. 479 at 141 mile an hour and a 5.5 at 125 mile an hour for Craig Baker. Double red lights and 004 for Ken and an 013 for Craig. So big hit for Craig there. Right, Pete O'Connell now in the Goblin. He's racing in the front engine Dragster in lane 2, running a 427 cubic inch Ford engine. And over there in lane 1, that beautiful, tough looking Altered. I love this car. It'll punch you in the face if you walk past and look sideways at it. Fantastic looking car of Matty Ponton. Pete just rolling up now. Matty's already in pre-stage. Running a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet engine and that big teardrop air filter in the front of it. Like Hell Bent, the car is called. Pete O'Connell in the Goblin. Great little drags to this car. Here we go. Oh, nice launch there for Matty at 007. Look at that big scoot down there, throws the washing out, lovely. 491, 141 miles an hour, and 130 for Pete O'Connell. And he goes through at a 576 at 118 mile an hour, just looking at their half tracks, 3.1 and a 3.7. 60s with a 1.1 and a 1.3. Chris Wilson coming up now. He is in the 35 pickup in lane 2, the Fulton Hogan lane. Lane Jody Wagner out there in the little 6-cylinder slingshot. What a ripple of... G'day, Ray Treasure. How are you, mate? Good to see your name popping up on the screen here. Jody Wagner just easing forward in a little slingshot. The 35 pickup runs a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet. Jody got the 6-cylinder injected Holden. Oh, red light there for Jody. A little bit too quick off the right. Look at that. Chris Wilson flies off. Goes through the traps there, puts it away on a 602 at 110 mile an hour. 049 on his reaction. Jode a little bit too quick on it. Still runs a 779 at 93 mile an hour, so that's probably one of her quicker passes for the night. So she is getting used to this car. This is her first race meeting. Great reaction there too, Tony, 002. A lovely cat pushing in from behind. The lovely Vereen Elwood is watching all the way from the Wild Wild West. Hi V, how are you, sweetheart? Big thanks to Summit Racing Equipment in the Sportsman Series and all the people over there in Cleveland, Ohio, Mike Costi, Jim Greenleaf, and the whole crew at that beautiful big drag racing warehouse. It pretty much is. It is an event to go and have a look at it. They've got a mezzanine floor around the whole showroom. Little blown frontage and flat-headed dragster up hanging above the ceiling. Hanging out of the ceiling above their main pay as you enter the building. You'll see it, and when you go and pay for your goods, it just hangs over the cash register in front of you. But it's a supermarket full of drag spares and everything, and all around the mezzanine floor. They have NASCARs, they have drag cars, they have boats, they have bikes and everything. It's a museum to go and look at while you're buying your parts. So big thanks to Summit Racing Equipment, very impressive. Also sponsors of Burson's, and our other sponsors are Fulton and Hogan in our lane 2. Finish line is sponsored by B&S Earthworks and M&TM Traffic Management. Thanks to them for their great support and continual support of this club. South Australian Drag Racing Association, we must thank them. They are sponsoring the Stupid Street Bracket this weekend. And we also need to thank Cleanaway, do a fantastic job. Duck Makers have been with us about 420 years now. Audi Sound, who do a fantastic job up in the tower with the computers, the lights, etc. and the PAs. Urana Motoring, the most comfortable motel in Australia. Plumbing Plus, so if you need a plumber, go to Plumbing Plus. Sunny Tafe, Mildura, the Sparrow Boys. If you want to learn anything about Sunny Tafe, go and see the Sparrow Boys. They are here tonight. Just red gum. We're not talking about chewing gum here, we're talking about red gum trees. Monty Electrical, if you've got any electrical work you want done, Vince is over in the pits over there. Go and see Monty Electrical and find out through them. CPM, Graham Blavey. Thanks, Graham. Steve Power. Charlie's Engineering. Charlie Pitt's here tonight at the Die Hard Monaro. So if any of your engineering work you need done, go and see Charlie. Nick Burke Plumbing, Number One Solar, and Max Cranes of Equipment Hire. Big thanks to all those sponsors for continually jumping on board and doing a great job of supporting this club like they have done over many, many years. Phil Payton, there's a young lady named Vicky who wants to give you a big smooch. Is that your girlfriend? And then she's just written back, give my hubby Phil Payton a big smooch for me. Actually, Rob Cassar will. Good on you. Okay, Jakey Hamilton watching too. Good. It's great to see everyone watching from over in the West, Wild West, and Vicky. Phil. Now we must thank our supporters and sponsors. We really do appreciate it. Without sponsors, it's very hard to start meetings and run meetings and everything like that. And we need continual support. So ladies and gentlemen, when you hear a name and you recognise the name of a sponsor, when you are doing shopping or wanting something or goods and services or something like that, please frequent our sponsors and please frequent them often and please threaten them with money. Burnouts are coming now. Look at this, Kevin McIver in the Pontiac and in the Chevrolet Camaro, Mr. Burnout himself. Leon Davies out of Port Lincoln in the Slate Crash Repairs. Rick Daniels recycling there out of that big orange Camaro. Look at it, smoke pouring out. He's got the air conditioner going there to push all the smoke out of the cabin. Hates a burnout. We are in Top Sportsman now, round 3. Kev McIver. Love the cover on that car, the red, white and black. Just looks beautiful. Really done nicely with the way that that slopes back there. Looks like it's quick all the time. And then just the brute orange colour of the Slate Crash Repair car of Leon Davies. He did that with a new roller too, that paint job. He'll kill me for that, being a spray painter. But it looks fantastic. The big orange Camaro of Leon Davies. Here we go. Leon. McIver to get away nicely. A 121 runs a 526 at 128. Leon a 568 after some wheel spin at 132 mile an hour. Unfortunately for Leon, a little bit too quick on it and runs a red light. Corey Reed in the Pontiac now. Another car with a retro style finish on it. Looks fantastic too. Now he is getting better and better each pass too. Albie Bacanic, I think that's how we say it. I'll go and see Albie a bit later and find out how to say his surname properly. I hope it is Albie Bacanic. Now the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, good looking car too, great drag car, nice shape, long nose, smooth over the top of the windscreen and a nice sloped backside. Just like the Pontiac over there of Corey Reed, both got the big nice bubbles on their bonnets. Now I think Albie ran a 509 before. Let's see how he runs this time. Nice. Corey Reed goes through at a 568 at 122, an 089 on his reaction, an 030 on Albie's reaction, but something happened. He's rolled across the line into the 760, about half track lost power. So hopefully it's nothing dramatic, that he can get under the bonnet or get into the car, something like that, get it solved and get it back out here. G'day Brenton Hoffman. Nicole Theo in the Chevrolet Camaro just rolling down the track very slowly. Now the car has not been playing the game too well from hopefully whatever it is they've got with the right size screwdriver and given it a little bit of a tweak. Young Joshy Baker walking out there. And there's Chris Theo back on the line just waiting for the car to roll back. Look at this car just shining in the lights at night. What an immaculate looking car. Plenty of cars here immaculate tonight, and once they get under the lights and everything like that, they just look $1 million. Thank you, Shay O'Halloran, and I will have back Rannick. Nicole would be disappointed that she's broken her beam and unfortunately for it. So she's just doing the right thing, rolling it down the other end of the track. She will be disappointed. What a shame. Right, we're going into top bike, into mod bike now, and we've got Gregor Birdie will come out into lane one, and the Phantom himself on the Penrite machine, Shane Walker. Gregor Birdie getting a nice spin up there on the bike. Both bikes just rolling up. 004 on the reaction time before for Shane Walker. He was up here having a bit of a chat with us earlier. It's nice to see some of the people come and have a chat. Right, let's see how they go this time. Let's see how they go. We've got Gregor Birdie in lane 1, Shane Walker in lane 2. We are about to go racing, and let's have a look at their reactions. Oh, red light for Shane Walker this time. Shane goes through at 608, 112 miles an hour on the Harley Davidson, the Penrite Harley. And on a Gregor Birdie goes through at a 653 at 93 miles an hour on his Suzuki. So he's running a 750 GSXF. And the 1300 Harley Davidson to the Penrite bike, Shane Walker. Matty Walden coming up now. Good to see Matt on the bike again. And he's up against Darren McGregor, it looks like. So this will be an interesting race. Matty on the big bike over there in lane 1. Darren McGregor in lane 2 on the little 600. Yeah, this thing's a bit of a bullet out the gate. Gets away. Oh, red light. Matty Walden goes through a little bit of a seize there, Connie. Runs a 0.22. Runs at 8.90 at 83 miles an hour. Alex Blias, g'day mate, how are you? Good to see your name popping up on our screen. Tim Stewart and David Thornton coming out now in Supercharged Outlaws for their round 3. Now, little Hunter, are you still watching this, mate, or is it bedtimes over there in England? Here comes Grandpa. Dave Thornton backing up. He has gone into lane 2. We'll see how he runs in this lane. It's been a good lane for Tim Stewart or not. Tim rolling back into lane 1. Susie just rolling him back in. Little Hunter in London watching intently on the laptop at home. Tim, a 157 and a 159 mile an hour pass early tonight. So this thing is set up beautifully. They are on the computer tonight, just having a little bit of a check about things. Having a great time with the car. Now, Dave Thornton having a few problems with a bounce in this car. Let's hopefully they have done some sorting out on the car and see how they go. Rodney Sparrow just bring him in, points to the lights. It's up to you now, Dave. Your turn to play, mate. Gets him nice and relaxed. Tim Stewart, just a few adjustments over there for Andrew Braithwaite. Right. Feeding the butterflies a little bit, stands back. Susie rolls him in. Here we go. Pre-stage both cars. Full stage now for Dave. Full stage for Tim. Here we go. Whoa. Both cars a little bit of rough off there. Both bounced off the line. Tim backed it out very early, as you can see down on the track there. I don't know whether you can see it from there, but I can see scallop marks on the track where the car is lifted, rose up on the tyres and just spun. Vince Moglione coming in next. Now, Vince in the HD, big supercharged engine in the HD Holden. Just watching for Tim and Dave to exit the other end. G'day Steve Yenko, g'day Darren Shaw. Thanks for tuning in on Sporting Scribe and Drag Racing Central. We'll be doing a pit walk tomorrow too, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be out and about with the camera and having a wander around everything. If you see us pop over, by all means come and say g'day. We don't target anyone, we just have a look around and see who's... we target a couple of people straight up, and then for the rest of our pit walk, it's pretty much wander around and just say g'day to everyone. And what we try and do, our greatest aim is to introduce just about every sportsman and sports lady to our live streaming world, so that people around the world know who everyone is that we talk about. It's you can always see them under helmets in cars and on bikes and everything, but it's nice to see them face to face and have a bit of a chat with them and just find out what their story is and everything. And it is, I love doing it, Mark loves doing it, and it's Monty in the HD. Monty just backing up there. This HD just looks better and better every time you see it. They are a great shaped car. I think the HD was the most built car over the HQ, and there was more configurations of engines put in these around the world. They actually came out with a 4-cylinder diesel in them, and they were used as taxis in South Africa with 4-cylinder diesels in them. They were very popular in Germany. I'm not sure what engine they had, probably a 6. There we go. Go, son. Well done, Vince. 195 reaction, 523, 135 mile an hour. He's got that car sorted out. Well done. A big Paul Gregorini watching the car go through there. He'd be a happy man too. That thing didn't miss a beat. Shane Baxter coming up in the little rail now. Hopefully he's obviously got another blower belt on the car, and it's great to see. Love this little car. Small block, supercharged, big rev. Chevy Taylor going through on the beautiful bubble top under the tower. There you go, but Michelle, nice to see your name coming up too on the streaming. Hopefully, it says here anyone having a bit of trouble with the streaming, hopefully, whatever the problem is, Gilbert, we get it sorted out, mate. It's nice to see you pop up on the stream though.
Ready for bites. Ready for bites.
Also, Hayden Bryson's dropped in too. Great to see. Phil Payton, Jake Hamilton coming up next on Comp Motorcycle. Phil Payton from the Wild Wild West. A little bit earlier tonight, Phil Payton did a 5:28, which was below. Only the volume on the mic, eh, Jeff? All right, I'll try and get closer to it, mate. Hi, Hayley Turns. How are you, honey? Phil Payton out in lane 1. Jakey Hamilton in lane 2. Here we go. Look at the blue flames crackling out of this spike of Payton. That's quick. That is quick. Phil Payton, look at this, a 5:23. That's another one below a 5:23.5. He did a 5:28, so that's below. Well done there. Jakey Hamilton runs a 5:72 at 123. 139 mile an hour pass there for Phil Payton on an 0:51 reaction. 1:18 reaction there for Hamilton, but I tell you, he did a 5:28 earlier. He's done a 5:23 now. Well done. That's below the record too. Good on you, Phil Payton. Gordon Crawford up next, and he's up with Nate Mackay. Now, Nate Mackay, this little thing's turning into a real bullet for him, and he's riding it beautifully too, getting it nicely straight down the track, as they all are. Good track tonight too, hanging on to everything that comes past. G'day, Joe Curry. How are you, buddy? Yeah, we wish you were here, mate. It was good to see you last weekend. Here we go, Gordon Crawford, Nate Mackay. Oh, line. GT, the man, 0:49. Runs a 5:024. 5:024. Well done, Gordon. Well below it. Well done, Gordon Crawford. An 0:49, a 1-2 on the 60. 5:024, 138.5 mile an hour. Nate Mackay, 0:53. Runs a 5:64 at 121. Well done, GT. Louis Fingos coming out now in Super Comp. He's out there in the Valiant in lane 1. Looks like it may be a solo pass for him at the moment. Oh, looks like we've got... this is Matt Forbes coming out now. Matt Forbes is coming up beside him in the Group 2 Super Comp cars. Decker Glaze car of Matt Forbes. I had a great talk with Matt today. Louis Fingos, this reminds me of the Decker Glaze car and Louis Fingos at the championship in Portland about 12 or 18 months ago. Both these cars came up. Unfortunately for Louis, runner-up. Champion was Matt that day, but I tell you what, the competition was pretty fierce that day until the final. Oh, look at this. Nicely, Matty Forbes runs through on a 5:22 at 125 mile an hour, an 0:73 reaction. Louis a little bit too quick on the lights then, but still runs a 1:29 60 footer. Runs a 5:88 at 113 mile an hour. So we've got tomorrow to sort this out. Lee Donaldson coming up now in Super Comp. Coming back on the return road now is Timmy Stewart with the body of the Mustang up. Why they travel it back. Good looking car too. When you have a look under this car and see all of its glory of the big engine there, especially in the bonnet up where you see everything, they look terrific. Just waiting now for Lee Donaldson to come up. Marty. Bye-bye.
I'm up to date. Oh, I should have said to her before all this happened.
Oh, this charger here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it. Thanks.
Charging.
Thanks, mate. Lee Donaldson, ladies and gentlemen, he has popped up here in this little VU ASS. Good looking car too, so we'll see how we go with Lee on this one. Boys are just setting cameras behind the car just to watch it on the little tripod stand there. Just to watch the car leave and see how it goes. Nice. Straight down the track. Beautiful pass there for Lee Donaldson. Goes a 200 on his reaction. Runs a 6.150 at 110 mile an hour. So quite good pass there for Lee Donaldson. Beautiful evening here, ladies and gentlemen. A full moon high in the sky there. Ziggy's Coffee is still open if someone wants some drinks or something like that before we finish up in the evening. Quickly shoot over and see Trev, so you can grab yourself a drink just before we close up for the evening. Now, who have we got here? We got Lance Larkham coming through. And Lance in the Mulberry Midnight Chevrolet Camaro, and he's up against Ned Karanovich. Ned in the beautiful big Chevrolet. So we've got a couple of American classics out there at the moment in the 57 and the 67. So 10 years apart, and look at the body difference in them. Low and long against long and high, and with wings, etc. like that. So Chevrolet, whoever designed, and it was in the drawing room for Chevrolet, really knew what they were doing. A couple of American classics out there, that's for sure. Long way to deliver the cup of tea to you, Adrian Long. Oh, nice look there. He gets a car length out on that. Look at this, an 0.52 against a 1.31 on the reaction. And Larkham goes through on a 5.59 at 123 and a 6.25 at 111 for Ned Karanovich. Martin Mirko coming out now, ladies and gentlemen. Martin in the Chevrolet Camaro. He is in lane 2. And over in lane 1, the Bricky. Graham Cooper. It was his 63rd birthday the other night. He looks a lot older than 63, but don't tell him that. But great bloke. Right, both cars coming up full stage. Here we go. We'll see how we go on the lights. Oh, Mark blows it up on the tyres. Or has he got a problem? He's moved right over to the left lane. And the Bricky goes through on a good pass there, an 0.15 on a reaction, runs a 6.53 at 103 mile an hour. Now Martin Mirko right over to the lane. There's something happened. They found something on the track. They're not sure what it is, but whatever it is, hopefully they can get the car fixed through the night. Bushy's going back to get the little four-wheeler to see how Martin's going up there. Still rolling forward. Just going to have a quick look at the track. They did pick something up. Martin's still travelling very slowly, so Bushy will shoot up there and see if he can help assist him to get him off the track. Okay, just letting you know what's going on. They're just having a quick look down the track there to see if there was anything left from Martin Mirko's car. Now, they're just checking the track right up the other end just to make sure everything's okay. What's happened too, ladies and gentlemen, is we had a little bit of a problem for our lights before. As you know, we had a 258 mile an hour pass, so that kind of blew all the passes out. So we are rerunning the round 2 of qualifying super sedans. So a couple of cars have already, Martin Mirko and Graham Cooper, I think, were the first 2 cars that have come out in this round 2. So they've gone through. So I think we've still got about 5 pairs just to do it. And then that will be the end of racing for this evening until we come back tomorrow afternoon. So just to let you know what was going on there. Gary Vogelzang in Taboo Camaro, the cowboy himself, and Carl Chevy Taylor out of Sydney in the beautiful bubble top. So we've got a couple of Chevrolets out there, the classic beautiful Camaro. And we've got this stunning looking, they are a big car, but by gee, they're a great shape too. They like the Holden, the designers that Holden, the Chevrolet people really knew how to draw a car and how to put it on the road. These things look fantastic. So we've got the Chevrolet Camaro of Gary Vogelzang, the Taboo Camaro, and the Chevrolet bubble top over there of Carl Chevy Taylor. Now Vogelzang's been running a 6.0 and 6.1s all day. Chevy's been very consistent. Let's see how both cars go now. This is actually qualifier round 2 for them because we had all the problems with the lights and everything like that. But now here we go. Oh, big launch mode. Nice run come down there. Let's have a look at this. An 036 for Vogelsang, a 69 there for Chevy Taylor. Chevy runs short of 644. 106. Gary goes a 613 again. He's still running. Brilliant pass, 111 mile an hour. Chris Ferrugia coming up now, and Alex Groitis. Alex Groitis out there in lane 2 in the yellow BA Falcon. Good looking car, big nose on the bonnet there. And Chris Ferrugia out there in the little hatchback Tirana. Just rolling it forward. Now, Chris, big wheel stand early tonight. They seem to have settled the car down. So they've obviously been just tuning everything up. Let's see how he goes this time. Wheels up again. Just gets away nicely on a double 09. 2 red lights out there. Alex does a 617 at 112 and a 569 at 120 for Chris. Now, both red lights there. So that's something they can sort out. But still running consistently with those quick times there. David Sultana coming up now. Now Dave's popped a couple of cherries tonight too. Let's see how he goes this time. He's up against Chris Lilius. 2 Australian classics out here in the little LJ 2-door and the LH 4-door of Chris Lilius. So this will be good. That little Tirana looks lovely. The little yellow LJ looks terrific. A little bit of a bulge in the bonnet. Then your classic, pretty untouched shape of the LH Tirana there of Chris Lilius. Oh, Chris Lilius. Dave Sultana gets a good one on 094, runs through and goes a 635 at 106, with a 39 at 106 mile an hour also for Chris Lilius. He'll keep an eye on that. Here we go, the Ford Probe of Tony Miscali and the beautiful little Holden HK station wagon of Benny Phillips. What a classic looking car. Tony running a 447 small block Chevrolet in that Ford Probe and running a 307 Chevrolet in the HK wagon of Benny Phillips. Ben took out the win last week, running nice Convo Pros on it. Got the black centre rim, the black rim around the tyre on this. Looks really smart. There we go. Tony Bentley skating away beautifully. Tony goes really. But still runs a 66. Phillips. Next pairing, Joe Cabone in the Comet Farms PGR Engines car, and Mark Busher with the M&S Engines car. MS, M&B, MS&B, we'll get it right in a minute. Bushy's Engines. Now, Joe Cabone's been right on it tonight too. The car's got better and better. Hadn't run it for a while, but he's getting better and better at this little, not getting at the car, but the car is running a lot better for him each pass now. Bushy purges the system in the black one-tonner. Just rolling up. Coming into stage, just about to get his lights into it. Here we go, both cars in stage, just about, red light. 106 and Joe Devine, so Jojo Surf runs through on a 64 to 108, and a 549 and 122 for Bushy. Yeah, it's a little bit out of shape, nothing dramatic. Gets a lot of heat into his tyres. That's what he attempted to do then, and did it too. Started getting very grabby towards the end of his burnout then, so he's doing the right thing. The Mars Civil car of Peter Zokas. Sean McCrellan out there in the big Chevrolet Camaro. Tony Miscali, another good reaction time for 006 that time, so well done to Tony. Here we go, Sean McClellan coming up in the big Camaro up against Pete Zokers. He's got a couple of big overhead sprinkler systems hanging out of that bonnet too. Got him nice and high in the car. We'll see how he goes with this. Goes through on a 139 now. I wouldn't be surprised if his 60-footer was done on his back wheels then. He goes through on a 536 at 130 mile an hour, 590 at 116 for Pete Zokers. Now Mike Rowan coming through. I think this might be the last pass tonight. No, we've got one more after this, Mike Evans. So Mike Rowan in the little Cortina there. I worked that, I see the minus sign. So drop it down the bottom. 590 and 116. Still a great pass there for Mick Ruin. Robbie Evans coming up now in this bullet quick big Chrysler hardtop. Tough looking car, this machine. Like a bullet. 072, 120 on the 60-footer and runs through at a 558 at 122 miles an hour. I reckon that thing would have hit 1,000 miles an hour if he kept it going. That lifted beautifully. Wow, what a great pass there for Rob Evans. The man to watch. Let's throw him right into it now. Let's put the pressure on Robbie Evans after that run. He's the man to watch. Vince Arena coming up in this immaculate Chevrolet Nova. Mike DeRose out there just got him through. Just slowly rolling the car up into its lights now. Vince Arena in this beautiful Nova. Pre-stage now for him. Oh, here we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's our conclusion of tonight's racing and live streaming. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thanks for doing a great job, everyone, all the teams and everything. If there's any problems with your car, sincerely hope you can get them fixed up before we start racing tomorrow. Big thanks to Mark Humphrey for standing on the camera all day and live streaming worldwide for us. As I said, we will check up on our times tomorrow and let you know via Facebook and Sporting Scribe that when we are doing the pit walk, and we'll come roll around the pits there and have a good chat with everyone and have a little bit of fun. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to our track crew for once again keeping it safe and doing a great crew, and everyone else from Tim Breedy, and to all the volunteers here at the St Rosa Drag Racing Club. Once again, you are beautiful and you do a great time. To all our friends on Facebook who are watching us via live stream tonight, thank you. Tune in again tomorrow. Have a look on Facebook at my page or Sporting Scribe or Drag Race Central in the morning, and we will let you know what time we're going to start doing our pit walk. Sleep well, kids. Keep your rooms clean. Eat all your vegetables and behave yourselves. Love you all.